And now a message from Donald and Melania Trump.
Good evening. As the man who's almost certainly your next president, I wanted to give you a chance to get to know the real Donald. Now, you're probably looking at this lovely woman here and thinking, whoa, who's this? Another bangable daughter? Actually, it's my beautiful wife, Melania.
Hello.
She's great, just great.
Welcome to our humble gold house.
Not bad, right? I mean, talk about foreign policy experience. We got the same interior decorator as Saddam Hussein. Now, I asked Melania to be here tonight to help me clear up some of the lies that those losers and morons are saying about me. Like that I hate women. How can I hate women when I've got the world's greatest woman right here?
Yes, Donald loves women. You know, he always saying, that woman is knockout, that woman is a 10, that woman used to be a 10, but hey, she's still a 7, you know? And he always very supportive to me. Like, when I asked to go spa or go shopping, you know, he always say, that's fine, go.
All of this stuff's been blown out of proportion. I mean, like the Megyn Kelly stuff.
Yes, people say he was not nice to her, but he was worried. You know, he said she's bleeding everywhere, she should go to hospital.
That's right. I was actually afraid she was gonna die, honestly. I love Megyn Kelly. I love her. I think she's great. She's talented and beautiful, but she's a heifer who's always on her period, and I hate her, and I hope she dies.
You know, I think they always twist his words, like with immigration.
Clearly, I don't hate immigrants.
Yes, I know he's pro-immigration because I was in Slovenia and Donald saw a picture of me in a magazine that he called me and said, hey, come to America.
It's very true.
And I say, I can't come, you crazy old man. I don't have green card. And they say, screw green cards. They're for poor people. Just get over here.
Hey.
Yeah, he said, what can they do? Round about the illegal immigrants and deport them? That's impossible. You know, logistically, how are they going to find everyone?
Well, we'll find a way.
You know, Donald is so smart. He's so good with the media. You know, he knows that if he said the craziest thing, he will go up in the poll numbers.
No. Come on, Melania. That's just not true. I don't say outrageous things just for poll numbers. I speak from my heart.
Really? Okay, because I hear your numbers go down a little this week.
Mexicans are stealing our children.
You see? He doesn't even have to think about it. He's genius.
Thank you, darling.
You know, that's why I don't get how critics say he has no ideas or plans, because he has so many. Tell them your plan for economy.
Well, it's very simple. You see, I get in there. Taxes go down. Everybody gets a job. Salaries go way up. We build a wall. It's huge. Over in China, they're going to say, now that's a wall.
You see, and this is how I know Donald is so smart, because I hear this, and to me, it's, you know, just jumble of words. Like, it makes no sense. But, you know, I'm not smart like Donald. I didn't go to Hogwarts, School of Business.
You want to know my plan? Here's my plan. I got the smartest guys. So what do you think? Are you ready to do this, America?
Yes, please, put Donald in the White House. You know, he is total package. He's strong.
No, I didn't ask her to say that.
He is wise.
This is all off the cuff.
He is good in bed.
Those are her words.
You know, he's the only man who can unite both sides. Because he's running as Republican, but his ideas are actually more like Democrat.
Well, that's not really
Yeah, actually, he was Democrat before he was Republican.
I think we're getting a little off topic,
and on social
actually,
issues, you know, you can be gay, you can have abortion. He don't care.
Look, here's the bottom line. I'm just like you, a regular Joe, but better. A man of the people.
Yes, like everyone else, you know, he puts his hair on one strand at a time.
That's right. Yeah, and like everybody, live from...
Hillary hated me. She hated Dick more. She hated me more. And Hillary, folks, in that day, I don't know today, she's 70 now nearly. In that day, she was AC/DC. It was hard enough to cover up for the affairs of Bill, but it was extremely difficult to cover up for Hillary and her lesbian affairs. And it was tough. And she was tough. She's a butch and a queer affair, lesbian affair. She's the male dominant. And, buddy, she is dominant. And Bill Clinton said time and time again he had more women, or she had more women than he had. And Alex will remember the time to show you what kind of woman this was. Hillary Clinton, 2 Secret Service agents in the White House, heard all this racket up in the living quarters. They go up, there's stuff breaking. They don't know whether to go in because you're not supposed to, but things were breaking. They barged in, and there it was. Hillary in bed with Marky Post, Night Court, that blonde. They were in bed together, and Bill pulled up a chair and wanted to watch, and Hillary was throwing ashtrays and lamps at him. That's the sicko people we call the Clintons. It's actually quite interesting.
Well, remember the FBI agent that was in the White House that even exposed that they had crack pipes and Mao Zedong ornaments on the Christmas tree? And again, it just shows who goes to the trouble to desecrate a Christmas tree. It just shows they're deviant.
Yeah, and look, guys, I'm not here to smear them. What I'm here to do is give you a character profile of these people because it's up to us. Alex, it's up to your audience. 3-4 million people. That's how many you got because I damn near talked to all of them. You got 3-4 million people. That's the army we got to stop them with. And you got to know who they are.
Well, and it's one thing if Hillary's in bed with a bunch of women. Obviously, that's all come out now. You were the first to talk about it. But Clinton settled the lawsuits where he rapes the women, and he brutally does it.
That's right. Bill Clinton is a sexual deviant, folks. Sexual deviant. He's not just a good old boy chasing women. No, he's sick. He is sick. And I hate to tell y'all this, Hillary is sick. And the only thing I can tell most of you at this point, I'm glad she did what she did in the Benghazi hearing when she said, what difference does it make they're dead? But y'all saw what Hillary was. That's Hillary. And I'll tell you, most of you don't remember the endless hearing after hearing after hearing when Hillary said, I can't recall. I don't remember. She would remember, Alex, she would remember everything to the nth detail. And then we get to this 1-minute segment that might be incriminating, and she didn't remember. And people didn't know what was going on. Well, we trained them to know in a court of law, folks, if you say yes or no, you can be proven to commit a lie, perjury. If you say you don't know, nobody on earth can prove what you can or can't remember. In fact, and that's what we trained Hillary to do, and that's what she did, and she walked through those hearings. And by the way, folks, in case you don't know, Hillary was so mean, so dishonest, so deceitful that she worked on the prosecution team after Richard Nixon.
We will defend these police officers.
Listen to police officers' commands, listen to what we tell you, and just stop. The nation needs to realize that when we tell you to do something, do it. And if you're wrong, you're wrong. If you're right, then the courts will figure it out.
We don't get to take the law, we enforce it. But at the end of the day, each and every man should go home safe. Sometimes the use of force is necessary. You need to comply with the police officer the way the system was meant to be. Comply with the orders of police officers. Resisting arrest is a real and dangerous crime.
Nonpartisan Liberty for All. I'm your host, Dave Bourne, and it is January 21st, 2016, and I'm coming to you live from Las Vegas, Nevada. Thank you for tuning in to Nonpartisan Liberty for All. We're on weeknights, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at 7 o'clock Pacific, 10 o'clock Eastern, and you can listen live on Spreaker.com and nonpartisanlibertyforall.com. You can also listen to the archives. All of them since the first show are on Spreaker, but as of December, we also have archives on YouTube, the link in Twitter, SoundCloud, and Tumblr. And also, I'm working on fixing my iTunes archives as well, because we used to be on iTunes, but when I switched over from Blog Talk Radio, that kind of got messed up. So I'm currently working on that, and the archives are posted immediately after the show. So we promote the ideas of true freedom and liberty, meaning being able to do whatever you want as long as you respect the freedom of others and don't directly interfere with their freedom, as well as exposing government for what it is, a mafia based on extortion that rules without consent by threat of force and violence. So today's show, we'll be talking about something that I don't usually talk about. We did go into some of this a couple weeks ago where we talked about a couple candidates, but tonight we'll be talking about the presidential election and the candidates, but from a totally different point of view than probably what you're used to hearing on conservative and progressive talk radio, where they talk about it from the point of view that they actually believe that who becomes president makes a difference and things aren't rigged, where I believe that, one, we shouldn't have rulers anyway, but it doesn't really make a difference who ends up in office. There's an agenda that is being pushed by the powers that be, and you can determine on your own who that is. I mean, whether you think it's corporations or the lobbyists that are probably hired by corporations or billionaires or whatever. But before we get to that, because I have a lot of information to cover, that's why we started early today, there's a few articles that I wanted to get into, as we do every day, to not just focus on the main topic, to also talk about some other things that are going on. So one of the articles I came across today was a kid he technically wasn't suspended, but he was kicked out of school and made to go. It sounded like, because there wasn't a lot of information in the article, like an alternative school. It actually says now he's at an alternative school. Because I remember when I was in high school, they had the alternative school, and it was for people that got in too much trouble, but it was also for girls that were pregnant or something, or people that had some certain type of circumstances. Because I don't think they actually went the whole day at the alternative school. I think they got out earlier. And Chris Rock had a joke about the kids that ride the little bus that go to the alternative school, and they get out earlier, so they can't mess with the rest of the normal kids, is what he called them. Not that people at the alternative school aren't normal, but it was a joke. Anyway, I guess the students said ISIS in the Pledge of Allegiance. Why they're forcing kids to still say the Pledge of Allegiance, first of all, I think is fucked up. I know there's a lot of people out there who believe you should be forced to say the Pledge of Allegiance. Now, first of all, you're forcing somebody to do something that they might not want to do. Now, again, going back to trying to look at it from the standpoint of a generations older than me that think, oh, yeah, you should say the Pledge of Allegiance. And first of all, what you're doing is you're pledging allegiance to the government. You're telling the government that you pledge allegiance to them. I mean, that's really what it is. I know it says the flag, but what do you think the flag represents? It represents the government. So, one, there's a freedom of speech thing there. The other thing is, it doesn't say if he was joking around or not, which could have been the case. And this is how fucked up this is. This kid is 15, and this is where we're going, and this is why I not only do the show, but I get disturbed by a lot of this stuff, especially what goes on in schools, because they alerted the police. So we're in. I don't care what anybody says. Now let me finish that. Not that I don't care what anybody says, but we are in a police state. It's just bottom line. I don't think that there's really any way to argue that we're not. I guess the only argument would be the definition of a police state. But you have schools now, and I've talked about this before, there's been so many examples that police are all over schools. It's when you do something in school, it gets to the police. As I had said, when I was in high school, and it wasn't that long ago, it was long enough, we'll say it was more than 10 years, there weren't, I remember junior and senior year where the first time I saw police in the school, which I thought was really fucked up. I'm like, there's police in the school, but they weren't there like on a full-time basis. They had just come there for something and then they left. So they weren't in the school to stay there. And they may be now. I don't know. I should call my school, my high school that I graduated from, and ask them, do you have a full-time police department? I understand, I guess, a college that has 30,000 kids. And the college I went to was all over downtown Boston. Like essentially, it was called Emerson College. It's actually a school that a lot of directors and actors, and Jay Leno went there, and Henry Winkler, and some other people. But it's kind of, the buildings aren't connected. It's set up where, and they may have, now it may be more where all the buildings are near each other, but they're all in one area, but it's like, here's one of the school buildings, and then in between it there's businesses, and then there's another school building, kind of like that, where it might be like a 10-minute walk from one building to another. It's not like one big connected campus, because it's in downtown Boston. It's in that type of area. But I don't remember even having security. I mean, I guess they probably did in some of the buildings, but there definitely weren't police there, and this was college. So I guess I understand, like, I know UNLV has the UNLV police there, but they also have 30,000 students, and they're all adults. And so I don't know how I feel about that, but with that many people, it's not as big of a deal, I think. And they're probably, I guess it depends how they handle situations, but I still really deep down, I don't like it, period. I don't like police being even at colleges. But anyway, especially not high schools. So they turned this over to the police, and they passed an incident report on to Homeland Security. And he got a civil rights attorney. This is in New Haven, Connecticut. And it's ridiculous. So the superintendent, I guess, declined an on-camera interview, but he released a statement that we did not deem the incident a legitimate threat to the safety of students or staff. Out of an abundance of caution, the incident was reported to the appropriate authorities. As far as the Ansonia Public Schools is concerned, the matter is resolved. I guarantee you it was a kid fucking around and, you know, making a joke. And I don't know if he was actually a Muslim or not. It doesn't say. But I bet you it was a kid joking around. And this is how they treat that stuff. Now, first of all, I have so many issues with this because, number one, there shouldn't be a Pledge of Allegiance. You shouldn't be forced or pressured because you are pressured no matter what. It's just like they pressure you at games to stand during the national anthem. And I don't. And one time some guy said something to me, and I think I scared him or something. But he said, you know, when everybody stands, you got to, you know, stand. And I said, I don't have to fucking do nothing. And then he was more like he was joking with me or something. So I think I kind of scared him the way I reacted. But it's pressure because if you're the only one that's not standing, think about that. It puts pressure on you to do what everybody else is doing. And to me, it's a statement. It's standing up. It's saying, I'm not going to stand up for this national anthem for a country that does all the bad things that the government does. And don't get me wrong, it's the government. And I would do that with any government. And that's, again, and I've said this before, but I like to make sure everybody's clear. My issue is with the government, and it's with the government of any place because, as I'm going to get to, I believe that government has one main goal, and that goal is not to help people or develop a good society or anything like that. It's about control. That's why you establish a government in the fucking first place. So I don't have a problem necessarily with just the U.S. government and the people. I was talking about this again, and I've talked about it before, when what was going on with Palestine and Israel. And I know I guess it depends how you look at it, because Palestine was shooting missiles over to Israel, but from their side, they were saying, well, they were like essentially missiles that did no damage, or they were like nothing. So they were still, if that was the case, I don't know why they were shooting them. But then Israel, you know, was firing back, but they were firing back with a lot more powerful weapons, and they were killing some innocent people in the process, which is fucked up as well. So people were supporting Palestine, which was run by a terrorist organization, and putting down Israel. Now, to me, I have issues with both of them because they both have governments, and my issue is with their governments. Now, because I live in the United States and there's enough problems here, I really can't focus on every government in the world, because, or even multiple governments, really. I mean, sometimes we'll talk about stories about countries that are similar to the U.S., but it's hard enough trying to get information out in the U.S. about what's going on. You know, imagine the world. And I do care about what's going on with other governments because I don't believe government should exist anywhere. So I hope I saw that in my statistics, and I don't know how long they listen, but there had been people that have listened in other countries. And that's great if there is anybody listening that is in another country. And I support the same, I guess, fight. I don't mean literal fight, but standing up to the government in your country as well. And I, would talk to anybody or bring them on the air in any other country. It's just something that I can't focus my time on other governments just because I'm already under a government, under a tyranny, that there's so many issues that it's impossible to even deal with all the issues of this government, never mind start with another one. But that being said, I talk to anybody on or off the air about my thoughts or things that maybe they could do or what they go through with their government and how they feel. So I hope there are people in other countries that support the show and support the fight and standing up, because even though I'm only talking about the U.S., I do support everyone all around the world and their fight against their government, assuming that what they're for is for freedom. If you stand for true freedom and liberty, it doesn't matter to me where you live. And you most likely have a more oppressive government. Maybe you don't, but either way, I support your fight against your government if you truly support the ideas of true freedom and liberty. So I hope we do have people listening, and I hope it influences them as well to stand up. And I know in a lot of places it's a lot harder, because if you stand up, you might just get automatically, shot by the military or something like that. So there are places where it's a lot harder. But just because there are places that are worse doesn't mean that it's not bad here and that we shouldn't stand up and that we shouldn't fight. But as I had talked about, I believe yesterday, it was either yesterday or the day before, there was a story in a school that I had talked about and had said, again, the school issue is very easy to resolve. You take all your kids out of school. What do you think would happen if everybody took their kids out of school, or 90% of the people took their kids out of school? What do you think would happen? I'd love to see that, because that's telling the government, fuck you. We don't need your government schools. And that's really what my whole perspective and my mind state is in noncompliance. It's not about violence. It's not about confrontation. It's about telling the federal government and the state government, for that matter, telling government in general that, look, we don't need you. We can do this on our own. We're not little fucking children who can't educate our kids or do things for ourselves. And that's what it's about. That's what noncompliance is about, that we're not kids to be parented by the government, that we can make our own decisions. Now, if you interfere with somebody else's freedom or hurt somebody else or steal their property or whatever, that's where it is an actual crime, and that's when it becomes a crime, and there's a difference there. But as far as just what I always say, you know, being able to do whatever you want as long as you don't bother anybody else or hurt anybody else or hurt their property intentionally, of course. I mean, self-defense or there's accidents and things like that. But it's another school story that disgusts me, and I just would like to see people just pull all their kids out of government schools, you know. But I don't think that's something that's going to happen anytime soon. Another story I didn't get to yesterday, but I had it, was, of course, and this happens every year, the FBI warns of a lone wolf terrorist strike at the Super Bowl. So the FBI sent out a memo warning of terrorist attacks at Super Bowl 50. Now they can use, well, it's Super Bowl 50, so it's important. So, and for some reason, somehow, they say that they know the specific plot, that it's to take out the entire fiber optics system that feeds the arena. If the cables get cut, I guess it impacts. It's saying that it is in San Francisco, so I guess it impacts Silicon Valley, and I don't know how that would work, that if you cut them at the stadium, I guess it runs through all the same fiber optic cables. But then it says the FBI said it hadn't received a specific threat about the Super Bowl, but agents also said they've identified several danger zones outside the stadium. I don't know what the fuck they're saying. And then one of the agents said it's the lone wolf. It's the individual who is self-radicalized that creates the problem that you can't detect. What a lone wolf does, because I read a book too called Lone Wolf Terrorism, and it was wrote from the perspective of the government, and it was, I keep forgetting that center that is associated with the government that had the person who wrote it was either formerly part of it or part of it at the time. But that's what allows them, or that's what they use to go after everybody, because they say this is what allows them to say that, hey, anybody could be a terrorist, so we have to search everybody. We have to spy on everybody because it's that lone wolf and nobody knows who it is. It's that person who self-radicalized themselves. And I hate when they use that word, that they self-radicalized and whatnot, especially when they're talking about things that, like, Muslims or Islam is one thing, I guess, that, you know, because really that's what you call it, radical Islam, like people that are Muslims that are radical Muslims. But they also use it to talk about people that they would call anti-government. And it's like, it's not like I sat down and, you know, they probably call me somewhat of a radical, I guess, because of my opinions. And it's not like, and I would never, of course, do anything to, I've talked about this, hurt anybody in any way. And my only thing is just self-defense. But to make they use it because it's almost derogatory. It's like you were brainwashed or something. And I think maybe when it comes to Islam, that people maybe were brainwashed. But I think when it comes to the government, it's people see things for what they are, but they still want to use words like self-radicalized to make it a negative thing. So it's negative to know that the government extorts money from you, which is a fact. But of course, again, you won't hear that in schools. But I guess they also mentioned the risk of drones as well. But over a football stadium, I'm sure they can detect those pretty quickly. And how many football games, were there this year? Each team plays 16 games times 32, do the math, and then plus all the playoff games. So it's really what they do is, and we talk about this all the time, it's another way to exploit something to push an agenda. And I wish they would just come out and say it. But the problem is there's a certain amount of people who don't believe that. And I wish I had more people, because it'd be great to do some on-the-street interviews, especially being here in Las Vegas. I could go to the Strip and I could get people from all over the country. So it would give me a good sample, whatever you want to call that, sample, not sample size, but sample, I don't know, there's a specific word that they use in like chemistry or something, like a control or whatever. But I'd have people from all over the country, and a lot of them would be drunk, so they'd be honest. Well, some of them would just be so fucked up they probably wouldn't know what they were saying. But it would give me an opportunity to get a lot of different types of people, and to get people from all over the country and get their opinions, because that is a fact as well, that politicians exploit. Now, we're not talking about them having anything to do with it, which I think makes a lot of sense, them organizing something because it helps them. But we'll say things that just naturally happen, that they exploit all of these events to push their agenda. Look at every time fucking something happens, and it's partially people have been conditioned to do this as well, that every time something happens, it's like you have to pass a law to try to stop it from happening again. And I understand not wanting something to happen again, but there's only so much you can do. And if you live in a free society, which I don't think we do, but we're supposed to, supposedly, if you live in an actual free society, there's only so many things you can do. There's things that are going to happen that you really can't do anything about. And in this, it says there's only so much the FBI can do with regard to surveillance within the guidelines of the Constitution. That is such bullshit, because they violate it all the fucking time. I don't know why they even put that in there. What the fuck is it? Oh, WMND is the World Net Daily. I don't know why they put that in there. Maybe they're being sarcastic, but they obviously violate the Constitution all the time. They did it with, and they continue to do it with all the data that they collect. So I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. But this is an every year thing. Every Super Bowl I remember hearing about, and this stuff is probably going on as well, but it's not listed here. But about having snipers there pointed at people. You know, what happens if somebody accidentally, one of these snipers accidentally shoots somebody or something like that, or they get something wrong and start firing? It's just, it's insane. It really is. If you can't have a football game without having all of this security, then don't have one. Seriously, if you think that it's that fucking dangerous, then don't have one. Don't fucking do anything. because I've made a decision that I will not go into places that search you. And that's just bottom line, because I feel like I'm feeding into what society is trying to do, what the government is trying to do, that I'm going along with it, that I'm accepting it. So any place that wants to search me, I will not go in. And I don't give a fuck if I'm out somewhere. The UNLV games, I have season tickets. If they start to search people, they'll look in bags, but they'll look more for, like, you know, if you're bringing in like soda or something like that, so you don't have to spend, you know, $5 for one of theirs. But if they were to actually pat you down, I wouldn't go. And of course, it's for your own safety. Well, I'd rather take the chance of going there and, you know, something happening that is such a small chance of it happening. And you look at this, look at how many people are in the country and how many things actually happen. It really shows that there's such a small percentage of people that are really that fucked up. It really does. And that most, that along with the point that some of the people that are fucked up aren't fucked up enough to just randomly kill people, that it's more, if they kill somebody, it's somebody specific because they did something to them or something like that. So they obviously wouldn't do it at a football game. But I'm going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get all into the presidential candidates and the race for who's going to be your next ruler, because that's really what they are. So if you'd like to call in with your thoughts, you can call in at 702-470-7664. That's 702-470-7664. You can also Skype into the show. The username is Nonpartisan Liberty for All. And please send a contact request with your name, where you're calling from, and what you want to talk about. And if you call in, if you could send a text, if possible, your name and where you're calling from and what you want to talk about to speed up the process, I would appreciate that as well. Of course, we haven't had callers in a while because most of the people that listen end up listening to the archives. I guess it doesn't matter, but then it's like, well, what the fuck am I doing this live for? I could do this like at any time or whatever, but no, I like doing it live, and I like the fact that it's a live on tape show, even when you're listening to the archives, that it's not an edited show or anything. But hopefully we'll pick up our live listeners. So something to do, I guess, when you get home from work, and instead of watching TV, listen to the radio, learn some important stuff or not so important stuff, however you want to look at it, and hopefully listen to an entertaining person. I hope. Who knows? Sometimes I'm more entertaining than others. But anyway, we'll be right back after this.
And Hillary Clinton went back and forth on their Wall Street plans at the debate last night, and Hillary tried to paint Bernie as anti-Obama, and here's his response.
I don't take money from big banks. I don't get personal speaking fees from Goldman Sachs. What I would do is understand that when you have 3 out of the 4 largest banks today bigger than they were when we bailed them out because they were too big to fail, when you have the 6 largest financial institutions having assets of 60% of the GDP of America, it is very clear to me what you have to do. You got to bring back a 21st century Glass-Steagall legislation, and you got to break up these huge financial institutions. They have too much economic power, and they have too much financial power over our entire economy. If Teddy Roosevelt were alive today, the old Republican trustbuster, what he would say is, these guys are too powerful, break them up. I believe that's what the American people want to see. That's my view.
Secretary Clinton, help the voter understand the daylight between the two of you here.
Well, there's no daylight on the basic premise that there should be no bank too big to fail and no individual too powerful to jail. We agree on that. But where we disagree is the comments that Senator Sanders has made that don't just affect me, I can take that, but he's criticized President Obama for taking donations from Wall Street. And President Obama has led our country out of the Great Recession. Senator Sanders called him weak, disappointing. He even in 2011 publicly sought someone to run in a primary against President Obama. Now, I personally believe that President Obama's work to push through the Dodd-Frank bill and then to sign it was one of the most important regulatory schemes we've had since the 1930s. So I'm going to defend Dodd-Frank, and I'm going to defend President Obama for taking on Wall Street, taking on the financial industry, and getting results.
Senator Sanders, your response.
Set the record right. In 2006, when I ran for the Senate, Senator Barack Obama was kind enough to campaign for me. 2008, I did my best to see that he was elected, and in 2012, I worked as hard as I could to see that he was reelected. He and I are friends. We've worked together on many issues. We have some differences of opinion. But here is the issue. Secretary touched on it. Can you really reform Wall Street when they are spending millions and millions of dollars on campaign contributions, and when they are providing speaker fees to individuals? So it's easy to say, well, I'm going to do this and do that. But I have doubts when people receive huge amounts of money from Wall Street. I am very proud. I do not have a super PAC. I do not want Wall Street's money. I'll rely on the middle class and working families for my campaign contributions.
I have a question.
Hillary Clinton is trying a very sleazy and disingenuous trick there. She's trying to play the Obama card and say flat out that Bernie's anti-Obama, Bernie's not on the side of Obama, Bernie's against Obama, I'm for Obama, I'm for his legacy, I'm in favor of it, and that's why I'm the better candidate. Don't look any deeper, don't look any further. That's it, that's the end of the debate right now, let's move along. Now, that's sleazy because it plays on the instincts of the Democratic loyalist base.
Hillary Clinton is revving up into full attack mode against Bernie Sanders, suspiciously around the time that he started climbing steeply in the polls. And that is fully understandable, 100% understandable. She is free to launch attacks. She even probably should launch some attacks. Totally understandable. What's not understandable, though, is the content of the actual attacks. You're going to see that in this video.
Senator Sanders, obviously, is your opponent. Nobody expects you guys to walk hand in hand and then come to consensus on who ought to be the nominee. But he also doesn't have an enemy in the world in the Democratic Party. I mean, he's a very well-respected figure. Your campaign is essentially fighting with him now in a way that is casting aspersions on his character, calling him dishonest.
I have no, I have nothing but good things to say about Senator Sanders either, personally. And the bulk of what he is advocating for is a single-payer health care system, which would probably cost about $15 trillion. He wants to do, which is to basically start all over again, start a contentious debate to try to get to a single-payer system, but he's not telling us what it will look like and what it will cost. So
Now, Hillary Clinton there is a massive, shameless liar. Not about every part of it, but about the important parts. And I'm going to detail exactly why that's a big shameless lie. Beforehand, though, it's not just her. She has now dragged the rest of her family in. So Chelsea Clinton, who is educated on healthcare policy, has been going around saying that Bernie Sanders wants to dismantle Obamacare and the related programs, and it would result in millions of Americans losing their health care. He wants to change the current healthcare system so that we would have single payer, which would result in every single American having health insurance. Chelsea Clinton knows that, Hillary Clinton knows that, but they don't care because they see that the races are getting closer in Iowa and he's already leading in New Hampshire. And so, damn the facts, what's the difference? It doesn't matter that Hillary Clinton for decades was calling for single payer. Maybe she's being genuine. Maybe she's genuinely changed. After all, she recently gave a speech about how single payer wasn't the right way to go, and she was paid almost $250,000 to do that. So what is a lifetime of advocating for a policy that would be to the benefit of millions of Americans when someone hands you a Ferrari to say that it's bad? I don't know, maybe I'd do the same thing as her if that was on the plate. But let's talk specifically about the $15 trillion, because that's the part of it that pisses me off the most. She says that $15 trillion like it's the result of her investigation research into his policy. Now, to her credit, she is right. He has not carefully detailed exactly how the plan would be put into effect just yet. So we don't know exactly how much it would cost. I don't know how much it would cost, and Hillary Clinton damn sure doesn't know how much it would cost. So where does the $15 trillion come from? Well, the $15 trillion comes from Republican attacks against Bernie Sanders. And they throw the number around, again, as if it has anything to do with research. No, here is where it comes from. It comes not from an analysis of anything that Sanders has proposed, but from the fact that Sanders has said, in general, he'd like to see a single-payer health insurance system. And there's a single-payer plan in Congress that has been estimated to cost $15 trillion. Now, is that Bernie's plan? No. Would his have anything to do with the same sort of putting it the way that it would be put into effect as that? No. But there's a plan, so we're just going to say $15 trillion. It's the same. They throw these numbers out around his plans as if they have any relation to reality, and unfortunately they don't. And here is the most deceptive part about her saying it. Now, at present, at the moment, total healthcare spending in the United States runs over $3 trillion a year. We spend it in a variety of ways, through our health insurance premiums, through the reduced salaries we get if our employers pick up part or all of the cost of those premiums, through our co-pays and deductibles, and through our taxes that fund Medicare, Medicaid, ACA subsidies, and the VA healthcare system. Now, it is true that over the course of 10 years, which she didn't even throw in there, that's the actual attack, is $15 trillion over 10 years, that healthcare spending might equal $15 trillion. But it's not new spending. We already spend it, but instead of giving it to a private health insurance company, we'd give it to the government. So yes, it will cost trillions of dollars, but it already costs trillions of dollars, and it results in still, even after Obamacare, millions of Americans not having health insurance, and most people getting really shitty health insurance for what they pay in comparison to a number of other comparable countries throughout the world. But Hillary Clinton doesn't care about the fact that she understands that far better than I do. Far better than Chelsea Clinton does. She's lying because she's feeling the pressure because he's creeping up from behind her. And I just want to throw this in there, considering that she still wants Obamacare to be changed in a number of ways that would close the gap so that more Americans would receive health insurance, to go out there and say anybody who's talking about insuring all Americans is lying to you because they're just going to cost so much money, that is a self-destructive message to put out there when it undercuts what you want to do were you to become president. But if you think she's desperate now, just imagine the level of the lies that she's going to be slinging if he actually ends up winning in Iowa or New Hampshire or both.
Promoting the ideas of true freedom and liberty, nonpartisan liberty for all radio with Dave Bourne.
And we are back. Nonpartisan Liberty for All. NonpartisanLibertyForAll.com. If you'd like to call in with your thoughts or any comments or criticisms or whatever you'd like to call in with, you can call in at 702-470-7664. That's 702-470-7664. You can also Skype into the show, username Nonpartisan Liberty for All, just one word. Send a contact request, and I will accept that. With that, please send your name and where you're calling from and what you're calling about. And if you call in, if you could send a text first with that information, that would be helpful as well. So I wanted to play some of the clips I have on the Democratic candidates, because I'm going to get into them first, because there's really only two of them that have any chance at this point of being nominated. And you think about that, and we'll get into all of this, but the fact that you've had two people just selected for you, and I'm talking about Democrats. Now, if you're not part of any party, it's the same thing. You're going to end up with two people selected for you. And these people that are even able to run, it's based on certain things. But we'll get into that criteria. But where I want to start is at the agenda of the country. Now, I actually honestly believe that the majority of people, because I don't think the majority of people are stupid, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think that the media wants you to think that the majority of people are stupid, and that's who they show. And when they question people about polls and put it on the news, you know, when they edit their clips together, that's a lot of what they're showing, because they want people to think that people are stupid. And there's a certain percentage, unfortunately, and really all the government needs is that percentage, because there's plenty of people who have given up on voting and trying to change the system through the system, and I'm one of those people. So those people are out right away. They're not going to vote. And trust me, they, being the government or whoever is in charge of campaigns, or, you know, I obviously don't know exactly how things work, but the information as far as what voter turnout is gonna be, who are the type of people that are gonna vote, what knowledge are those low or high information voters, all of these things are things that they all study and they all know. So I think there's already an agenda that exists, and it doesn't matter who becomes president, this agenda will continue to exist. And really the main long-term goal of this, now this might not be accomplished with the next president in 8 years. It might take 16 years. It might take two more presidents, or it might take 3. But I think we're getting so closer and closer to this point that who knows? It could take 1 president. It could take 2 presidents. It might be something that happens relatively quickly. It all depends on, I think, how far they're willing to go and what they're willing to do. So I look at the short-term agenda is what they're doing now, and they're going to continue to do it. And the reason I know that is because look at what happened. Look at Bush and Obama. Look at the differences, really, when it comes to these things. Now, yeah, there's certain things that they differed on, but they, in the big scheme of things, as far as the agenda of the powers that be, it doesn't mean anything. So, like I had mentioned, stem cell research, embryonic stem cell research, that Obama took the ban off of that Bush put on that. Now, that's important for people, but that doesn't really affect the main agenda of what I call the powers that be. And the powers that be could be made up of, as I was saying before, whether it's billionaires or trillionaires, if we have any that you don't even know their name, billionaires, corporations, the lobbyists that lobby for corporations and other companies, those type of people that I think are the ones that really run the government. And I mean that in a corporation or a lobbyist could work with whoever, and based on the money they're giving them, you don't tell them, hey, we want you to vote this way, we'll get you reelected, whatever. But those are the people, and it could be a mixture. I don't really know, how many of them. You have the people that say, well, it's the Bilderberg Group and the CFR, and there is something to be said about that. People can say whatever they want and have whatever opinion they want, obviously. But when you have Hillary Clinton going to the CFR and showing them her plans, most people don't even know that the CFR is not part of the government. It's the Council on Foreign Relations. It's a group that was just made up, I think, in the 1920s. And they approve whoever they want to be part of it. And it's just people. I mean, it's people that, consider themselves elite people that have a lot more money than the general public. But why would they be discussing all these things and having somebody like Hillary Clinton coming in and explaining some of her plans? Who the fuck are they? They're just people that might be successful in business or happen to have a lot of money. That's really all they are. The equivalent would be if you put together your own group and called it whatever you wanted to call it, and you guys talked about government issues, but you're not going to get Hillary Clinton to your fucking meeting because she's not going to give a fuck. She's not going to listen to what you guys have to say, and she's not going to come and bring her plans. So groups like the CFR, the Trilateral Commission, the Bilderberg Group, and I thought there was one other one, but I always forget that one, if there is another one. Maybe there's just three. But though some people think those are the groups running everything, others Davos as well. I don't necessarily think that they run everything, but I think that they have influence. I think big corporations with a lot of money have influence. I think multimillionaires, billionaires have influence, and I think that the lobbyists that work for all of them have influence. And I think those are the people that are really running things. Now, again, when it comes to, there's a certain amount of things or issues that I think are irrelevant to them, that it's not part of their agenda, so they allow the politicians to make their own decisions or whatever, or fight about it, or like something like gay marriage. I really don't think they give a fuck. And then there's something to fight about. There's something that, oh, look how different the Democrats and Republicans are. They differ on gay marriage or abortion, or although I think abortion is something that is important on the woman's side, talking about a woman's body and having control over it. But that may be another issue that they don't care about, that it's not their concern. But what, in my opinion, is their concern and is the concern of government. Now, of course, in this, it wouldn't affect them because they'd be the people at the top. You'd have the elite, and none of this would affect the elite, but this would affect everybody else. And that's where you have the government with as much control as possible over your everyday life. And they're getting there with all the laws that they're passing. But you have a certain amount of people that are essentially above the law. And those are the people that are making these laws and or controlling other people that are their puppets to push these laws. So short term, I think it's things, and it all leads to ways to control people. So things like a terrorist threat. So they always tried to amp up terrorist threats. And I don't think anybody can deny that you remember, if you remember when Bush was president, they had the color-coded fucking thing, and they'd say, today's, orange, it's a higher alert, and today's this. And during that time, nothing happened. So they wanted to scare the people because ultimately they want people to go along with this. I think that it's not only that they want to control every aspect of your life, but they want to convince you that you need every aspect of your life controlled by the government. So it's not only that they're trying to do that, but they're trying to do it in a way that you're agreeing with them and you're actually fighting for those laws. And you can see that with a lot of laws regarding terrorism or spying or any of that. So you look at Bush and Obama, yeah, they might differ on, like I said, embryonic stem cell research or gay marriage or things like that. But if you notice, they didn't differ on any of the terrorist stuff, did they? Or they didn't differ on spying and things that controlled or gave the government more control over people. They didn't, because essentially what happened, and this is kind of, I guess, quoting Alex Jones, is they, like in a race, when you hand that baton to the next person, that's what happened. And that's what will happen again and again and again. And people think, well, we can do something about it if we just get enough votes or this or that, or it doesn't, and this is all my opinion, but it doesn't work that way, because they've studied this to the point that, first of all, you look at it this way, where I just mentioned, look at the Democratic Party. You had a couple other guys that pretty much we knew that they weren't going anywhere. I don't even remember their names. I think one was O'Malley or something. One was a former Republican, but they weren't going anywhere. So we knew it was Hillary and Bernie Sanders, who are both really old. I know Sanders is 74 and Hillary's in her 60s. So hopefully they'll pick a much younger vice president if they are elected. But the only way I think that whoever becomes president is going to get elected is if they're controllable, if they're going to follow what the game plan is, and if they're, and there's enough. I had mentioned before how there's no checks and balances. I did a whole show on it, and that the Army could essentially just take over everything. So when it comes down to it, if they had to threaten a president or threaten, I don't think they'd really have to threaten somebody in the House of Representatives or the Senate, at least for a vote, maybe for something else if they discovered some information. But because there's so many of them, I don't think they'd have to do something like that. But when it comes to the president, you look at the people that protect him, their family. Obviously, there's a lot of, they murdered a president before. So if somebody was in there that was going to do something like what Kennedy supposedly was going to do, get rid of the CIA, I think they were going to reorganize the military and all of these things. If they, or that whole, the Joint Chiefs and everything that's under that. So they could easily take care of somebody if they needed to as well. So ultimately, if it comes down to that, and Jesse Ventura had mentioned even when he was governor, they talked to him in the basement of I don't recall where he said it was, but, about kind of stuff like that. And essentially, if they have to go to that point, they could go to that point as well. So when you really look at it, it's not hard to control a president. Now, I think for the most part that all that shit's arranged beforehand. So you had and again, this part of this I know is factual and part of it is speculation. So what's factual is that in 2008, Obama, as a candidate Obama at the time, was going to do an interview with a bunch of reporters, and they all got on a plane, and why they got on a plane to do it, I don't recall. But the former White House press secretary, or I don't know if he was a press secretary or Axelrod, I think it was on the plane. Everybody got on the plane, so they got all the reporters on the plane. So they weren't out there looking for where he was or investigating anything or anything like that. So they got them all on the plane, and I saw a video of it, and I saw David Axelrod, which, again, I think it wasn't him. It was the other guy. I forget his name, but he was the press secretary for a while, and now he's on MSNBC. But I know who he is, and he was on the plane, and they were asking questions, well, where's the president? And once they were in the air, the president had to do something else, and that's all that the information that they would give. So essentially, they didn't want people to know where the president was. Now, that same weekend, Bilderberg was going on in Virginia, and they had also said that Obama was meeting with Hillary. They never actually confirmed where they met. They thought it might have been at Hillary's house. So the part about the plane and everybody being on there and it being a diversion is a fact. That did happen. And there's video of it to prove it. However, it's speculation, and that Obama met with Hillary because they said they were meeting that weekend. Now, where they met at is the speculation. Now, of course, the speculative part is that at that point, that's when it was decided that Obama would be the nominee for the Democratic Party, and he most likely would be the president. And that Hillary would agree not to challenge anything because there was something, I believe, in Michigan or Florida where she could have challenged some things for the nomination. Because if you recall, that was pretty close throughout the whole thing and went on for a while. So maybe it was also agreed upon that she would be Secretary of State. And maybe it was agreed upon that after Obama's term, then it would be her turn to get the nomination and to become president. Now, all that speculation, that part of it, but they did meet. So it makes a lot of sense looking at it, especially with Bilderberg being in Virginia at the time and what ended up happening and coming out of that. And Hillary didn't fight any of those states. I think it was Michigan and Florida. There was something like Florida didn't hold it because of some, I don't know. I don't think they had the primary in Florida though. And Michigan, there was something where there were votes that were supposed to go to her that didn't. I don't recall the specifics, but I know there was some kind of issue that she could have pressed in court if she wanted to. So that, even though that's speculation, it makes a lot of sense. And I believe that is what happened, to be honest. So I think that, again, it's not these groups alone, but you have these groups, you have billionaires, and I think some of these people are people that we never even heard of, that are, secretly, involved. And don't think that people in other countries aren't neither. If you look at the list of attendees for something like Bilderberg, and maybe there's other groups now that we're just not aware of. Adam Kokesh made an interesting statement that, look, if we know about it, then there's probably not that much going on there. So maybe there's other secret meetings that we have no idea of the groups. But a lot of decisions are made there. I mean, if you look at Bilderberg in itself for what it is, it doesn't make any sense. And first of all, sorry, I had to take a sip of water. First of all, none of these people are supposed to be part of the government. That's illegal because they have foreign diplomats or foreign leaders there, and there's some law about, I forget exactly why and what it specifically says, but it's not legal for like the president to show up there and have a secret meeting with I don't know if it's because people that are not part of government are there as well, or I don't know what part of it makes it illegal, but I know it is. So anybody who is a government official, and I believe both Hillary and Obama were at the time, if they had went there, that is illegal. And the same with anybody else who's an actual government official at the time. From other countries, I guess they have different laws, so I don't know that in their country that it's illegal for them. But this is a law obviously specific to the United States. But you have this group of millionaires and billionaires and people that run TV stations or run this corporation, and they sit and they talk about policy. I don't know how that's not, and they do it secretively. And I don't know how that's not disturbing to anybody. Never mind the fact that they may be deciding what actually happens and communicating that to the elected officials. But let's say, for the sake of argument, they're not. They're just talking about it. What is the purpose? Why would it be so secret? If it's not a big deal, if it's just, hey, we're just hanging out talking about politics, why all the secrecy? Why all the security? Why? I mean, you can't get anywhere near there. So it's disturbing, no matter how you look at it. And the whole conspiracy theory thing is, there is no conspiracy theory. It's a fact that they get together. It's a fact that that's what they talk about. Now, whether, and there has been, I forget his name. One of the guys had died, and then there is a guy from Spain who wrote a book as well, where they would get information from some of the people that actually went there, along with, some of the people that worked there. And they had actually predicted certain things. I think the actual crash in 2008, that in a video in 2006 that Alex Jones did, that they had actually predicted that. But so the whole thing is crazy in itself. And if you don't think that things are going on there that shouldn't be, then I don't know, because I think it's pretty obvious. And the CFR too. I mean, the CFR, what the fuck are they doing? They're a bunch of people in business or that have a lot of money that have gotten together. The same with the Trilateral Commission, which is where they found Jimmy Carter and Bill Clinton and ran them for president. So, how much they are involved in things, I don't know. There's some people that think that they're the ones who just run the whole world. I don't necessarily think that. I think that they have influence, and that there's a combination of those groups, along with people that may be totally unknown, that actually run things. Now, I do know, I guess I don't know this for a fact, but I am pretty confident in the fact that the people in Congress, including the president, aren't the ones making the decisions. I mean, minor stuff and the stuff that they use to argue, that takes people's minds off the important things. So they come up with these issues that they can sit and argue about, but in the big scheme of things, they don't mean a lot. So I think with those, yeah, they don't care. It's not dictated to them. But I think with a lot of the other things, it is. So one other article, actually, I didn't bring up, and it's directly related to this, is there's a Drudge Super Poll that was on the front of the Drudge Report. So at the time that I had looked at it, I think it was Trump, and it really is meaningless because it's just people fucking voting, meaning that they're just going on their computer and going to Drudge Report. And I think you can vote probably as many times as you want. I don't know if it's looking at your IP, but you can, just go in and vote for who you think's going to win. So I'm just curious to, and it's everybody. It's not, and you also have to factor in that Drudge is more of, leans more Republican. So it probably has a lot more Republican users. So that's going to factor in as well, which is probably why Hillary's, when I looked at it, was way at the bottom. So currently, I'm waiting for it to come up. It's asking me who my pick is. My pick is nobody, but view results. So right now, Trump is, they have Trump number one with 294,000 something votes. Then Cruz, Sanders, Rubio, Paul. There's a big jump. It goes way down. That's kind of weird that Sanders came third with 20%. So you had Trump with 37, Cruz with 23, Sanders with 20. And again, this is not any accurate type of poll. This is just people going there and voting themselves. So don't think like this really means anything. But then it goes from Sanders to Rubio. It goes from 20% to 6%. And then Paul at 3, Carson at 1. 1 point something, Kasich at 1 point something, same with Christie, Carla Farina is Bush, and they have Clinton at 1.08, and that's why you could see that, it leans Republican. But Sanders is up there, so, and then Santorum is like 0.24 and O'Malley 0.14. So, for the purposes of the show, I basically, as I had said, with the Democrats, just took Hillary and Bernie Sanders because I think anybody who didn't drop out, they only started with 4. I'm not sure if O'Malley dropped out, but whether he did or not, I don't think there's any chance of him winning anyway, so I think that's kind of pointless to even cover him at all. So, and on the Republican side, I was just going to pull Trump and Cruz, but I think Marco Rubio, things can change a lot in the next 8 months. And then I have Jeb Bush and Chris Christie kind of on one line. I think everybody else is pretty much done, which I do like Rand Paul to a certain extent, but I don't think he's anywhere close to his father. I wouldn't call him a libertarian, and I don't think he'd ever get elected anyway, because if he's not one of those people that they can control, then it doesn't matter anyway. So I didn't include him. And then the rest of the kind of guys at the end, I don't think they have a chance. So I think it's really going to be up to Trump, Rubio, and Ted Cruz. And you never know about Jeb Bush and Christie. So we'll talk about the specific candidates and what they stand for as well. And really what I want to do is kind of look at these different candidates and look at, based on my assumptions, which is pushing the agenda that they want pushed and doing what they want done. Based on that, who's going to win? Because you have, so I believe that the elections are controlled, especially the presidential election, because it's a lot easier because you have so many people that are voting. So when it comes to the presidential election, you have, I think it's pretty much rigged. And you have, because you have that large amount of eligible voters, that they're able to do it a lot easier. I think almost every election's rigged at this point, to be honest, unless you're in a small town and maybe you have a city council in a small town or something like that. But once you get into even the county commission in Las Vegas, I think it's pretty much rigged. I mean, that doesn't mean that people can't get elected that you wouldn't think would, but they would make sure that the balance of power would still allow them to pass what they wanted to pass, because the federal government is getting way more involved in what goes on in cities than they should. And if you look at any budget, look at your city's budget or your county's budget, and look at all of the grants from the federal government, you could see how much they are getting involved in things that they really shouldn't be getting involved in. So, as I had said, I mean, government, and I say this all the time, if you look up the definition of government, and most textbook definitions or, dictionaries, they have a couple different definitions. Every single definition of government has control in it, at least in the Webster's whatever dictionary. I think they merged with somebody else. But those are those have been the top dictionaries forever, Webster's. And the other one that's that merged with Webster's, Emmanuel Lewis or something. No. For anybody who does, that's probably a joke that nobody even knows. Like, Webster was a show in the 80s, and he still looked like a kid, kind of like Gary Coleman when he was in his 20s. And I think he's still alive. And his name was Emmanuel Lewis, and the show was Webster, and he played Webster. So, but Gary Coleman did actually die somewhat recently, maybe 3-4 years ago, or 2 years ago, something like that. Anyway, I think that government and the purpose and the point of government, and I've said this before, is all about money, power, and control. That's what it's about. It's to keep people in control, and that's why it's in the fucking definition. And you have people that have rights and have powers that normal people don't have, and they're able to rule over you that way. And the problem is once you give somebody power over you, they're going to take advantage of it. So, for example, somebody gets elected to whatever, and once they have some power, even though a document may say they only have this amount of power, but there's nobody to stop them, they're going to take advantage of that as much as they can and take as much power as they can. Now, there have been, of course, politicians that have gone to jail, but it's not in other politicians' best interests to say anything about it, because they're in the same boat and they want the same power as well, and they want more power. And the type of people that are attracted to those jobs are people who want money and power and to be able to control people. So that's my definition of the whole government in the beginning, and this country and their government in the beginning, along with every other government as well. It wasn't a free country when the Constitution was established. They had just overthrown the government, essentially, from the Articles of Confederation, because they thought that the federal government didn't have enough control. So that's what government is. And to me, government is evil. Government gives power to people and allows them to have power over others. It creates a society where people can never be equal, because you can't be equal with somebody who has that type of power over you. So when it comes to the presidential election, and most elections, but we'll focus on the presidential election, it doesn't matter who wins. And as I had mentioned, look at Bush and Obama. What has really changed between the two of them when it comes to the more government power, more government control, that aspect? Like, you can look at little things here and there, like I said, gay marriage or the stem cell research. But all of the important things that have to do with controlling people, with the terrorist stuff, with arming the police, with arming every government agency, all of that just went on with Obama. Not only did it go on with him, but it got worse. Now, I don't think that's personally because of him. I don't think it would have mattered who was in office. That's what would have happened. And that's what I worry about. The same thing with the next president. They just take off. They just start where the last president left off and keep going. So I don't think it matters who ends up the president. You're still going to have all of those things going on, especially now where they're, ISIS, which I believe the government created anyway to be their proxy army. But you have all of these things that they use, and people believe them. They believe that there's some big terrorist threat out there. They believe that they need to give up their freedom for their security. And it's sad. I mean, that saying, I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Too many people seem to, and maybe it's just how they were brought up, but would rather be a slave and live as a slave than fight back and possibly die in the process. And I'm not saying that we're at that point right now, but what I am saying is everything points to moving in that direction and continuing to move in that direction. Every day you read articles about it in independent media. Every day it's something different. And at some point, something has to happen. So when looking at how politicians are controlled, I think that's pretty easy, where money, power will get you elected, will contribute to your campaign. All you have to do is vote this way and, go this way on this and things like that. So I don't think it's hard to control a politician, and I think most people know that. And I honestly think the majority of people realize that government is controlled. It's just how they're controlled, I think, is what people don't know. And if it's not the majority, I think there's at least a significant amount of people that know that. So you also have, there's ways to rig the election, and I never talk about rigging it in like the ballot box. Like, I'm not talking about that they stuff a bunch of votes in there or something and that's how the person wins. There's plenty of ways. I mean, from the beginning, it's already controlled. You look at how many people can actually legitimately run for president, first of all. and you look at the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, first of all, you have to be a member of their party. And you think I could just say, hey, you know what? I'm going to become a Republican and run for president, and anybody would pay attention to me? No. So it's already controlled at a certain level already before you even start. Because unless you're a former government official or politician or a billionaire like Trump, you're not getting into any of the debates. You're not getting on the ballot. You don't have a chance. So right away, 99% of the people are eliminated from a chance of just even running for president. Not only that, but you have to join one of these parties as well. Well, I'm going to take a quick break because I have plenty of clips to play, and this is going to be more of not a total clip-oriented show, but I did get a lot of clips, and I want to make sure that we play them because they're all about the candidates. And this is a kind of a long one. I don't know if I'll play the whole thing, but it's about Hillary Clinton, and it's titled Hillary Clinton is a career criminal. So I listened to some of it, but not the whole thing because it's about 20 minutes long. So we're going to play this, and then when we come back, and that's why I started the show early, and we have an extra hour, so we have plenty of time to play clips and then go through all the candidates. And again, if you'd like to comment on anything, please call in, Skype in, Nonpartisan Liberty for All, or call in at 702-470-7664. And you can get all that information on the website, nonpartisanlibertyforall.com. The numbers there and the Skype name as well, which is easy to remember, Nonpartisan Liberty for All. So we'll be right back after this. Like I said, this is going to be a long one, but I suggest you listen to it. So we'll be right back. Check us out, nonpartisanlibertyforall.com.
After the inauguration in 1993, the Clintons fired the White House Travel Office employees, allowing their wealthy Hollywood friends to take over the lucrative travel business. This led to investigations by the FBI, DOJ, GAO, Oversight Committee, and the Whitewater Independent Counsel. The Clintons claimed the firings were due to financial misdeeds, but the employees were cleared on all counts. Hillary Clinton allegedly played a central role in the firings, yet in her sworn testimony, she claimed she was not involved. The independent counsel found this to be factually inaccurate and that she made factually false statements. The Clintons were forced to remove their friends and reinstate the previous employees. Vince Foster, the longtime friend and companion of Hillary Clinton, was significantly involved in several Clinton scandals. Due to the strange circumstances surrounding his death in 1993, an investigation ensued. Before the police arrived, Clinton staffers illegally removed boxes of documents on Whitewater and presumably Travelgate and other sensitive issues. President Clinton put his wife in charge of the most expensive program in the country. There was a national outrage that the unelected, unqualified First Lady was going to design America's healthcare system. In a 1993 interview, Hillary Clinton admitted, "I am not an expert on healthcare. I'm not somebody who has studied it." Hillary Clinton kept the Presidential Task Force on National Healthcare Reform shrouded in such secrecy that a federal judge threatened to hold the administration in contempt. 2 years later, the healthcare plan was a 1,342-page nightmare, including gatekeepers, health alliances, purchasing cooperatives, new and higher taxes, and restrictions on choosing doctors. Physicians, hospitals, large and small businesses, insurance companies, Democrats, Republicans, and the general public rejected the program, and it failed disastrously. The General Accounting Office put a price tag of $32 million on Hillary Clinton's health care fiasco. For dishonesty, Hillary Clinton and others were fined $450,000. Court costs to taxpayers were $725,000. In 1996, with Hillary Care fresh in their minds, Americans voted both the Senate and the House into Republican hands for the first time in over 4 decades. In 1994, President Clinton's Attorney General Janet Reno initiated an investigation focusing on fraud accusations against the Clintons regarding their real estate venture, Whitewater Development Corporation, co-owned with their friends Jim and Susan McDougal. Hillary Clinton was the central figure, and the probe revealed pervasive conflicts of interest between the Rose Law Firm, where Hillary Clinton was partner, and its client, Madison Guarantee, owned by Clinton business partner Jim McDougal. Hillary Clinton claimed billing records subpoenaed and critical to the investigation were lost. It is presumed they were stolen from Vince Foster's office the night he died. 19 months later, following the Clintons' acquittal, many of the missing records reappeared in the Clintons' residence. As they were covered with Hillary Clinton's fingerprints, she fell under suspicion of obstruction of justice. Their business partner, Susan McDougal, refused to testify against the Clintons, assuring they were not charged. Susan McDougal went to prison for her silence, but was pardoned by President Clinton. 15 Clinton associates were convicted of 40 federal crimes related to Whitewater. The independent counsel's report highlighted the president's abundant and calculating lies under oath, obstruction of justice, and abuse of power. During this case, many other alleged abuses were uncovered. The 4.5-year expanded investigation cost taxpayers $145 million. Hillary Clinton's trades in cattle futures raised suspicions of improprieties as her very first trade of $5,000 quickly turned into over $490,000. She refused to release her tax returns for the years in question. Hillary Clinton insisted that she made all the investment decisions herself. The investigation proved her trades were actually placed by her friend James Blair through the brokerage firm Refco. James Blair was outside counsel for Tyson Foods, the largest employer in Arkansas, which is state regulated. The perception was Mrs. Clinton received preferential treatment and incredible financial returns as a way to garner favor with her husband, then governor of Arkansas. Refco was investigated and paid the largest fines in the history of the exchange. The Clinton administration improperly requested and received FBI background reports on 900 Republican officials. Hillary Clinton allegedly initiated the request to add data to her enemies list, leading to 3 separate investigations in 1996. In testimony, the White House Personnel Security Director refused to name Hillary Clinton as the source of the request, and he was forced to resign. Hillary Clinton claimed she was guiltless and was called a congenital liar in the New York Times. The fund was established so individuals or companies hoping to garner favor with the president could help pay the Clintons' endless legal bills. In 1996, the Justice Department investigated campaign fundraising abuses and cover-ups by the Clintons in connection with an effort by China to influence administration policies. In violation of U.S. law, agents for the Chinese government and military funneled millions into President Clinton's re-election campaign, the Clinton Legal Defense Fund, and the DNC. The DOJ's report stated, "A pattern of events suggests a level of knowledge within the White House. including the president's and first lady's offices, concerning the injection of foreign funds into the re-election effort. The Clintons were accused of using the IRS to harass their enemies, including Republican politicians, the White House Travel Office, the NRA, Judicial Watch, the Heritage Foundation, and other conservative organizations. A senior IRS official admitted that Clinton opponents were singled out for tax audits. Also audited were Bill Clinton's female accusers, including Jennifer Flowers, Paula Jones, Juanita Broderick, and Elizabeth Ward Grayson. As he was leaving office in January 2001, President Clinton pardoned 450 people for crimes ranging from cocaine trafficking to kidnapping and terrorism. Several pardons personally benefited Hillary Clinton and were investigated for direct ties to her New York Senate bid. Mark Rich, a billionaire fugitive, owed the government over $160 million and was charged with tax evasion, wire fraud, racketeering, and trading with Iran. Rich's ex-wife, Denise Rich, a close friend of the Clintons, donated over $600,000 to the Clinton Presidential Library just prior to the pardon. Mrs. Rich also gave $14,000 to the Clinton Legal Defense Fund and $135,000 to Hillary Clinton's Senate campaign. The New Square Four were elders of a Republican voting Hasidic community convicted of defrauding the government of millions of dollars. Candidate Clinton met with their grand rabbi. Hillary Clinton received their votes, and the New Square Four received their pardons. Hillary Clinton claimed, "I did not play any role whatsoever in the pardons." Hillary Clinton's brother, lawyer Hugh Rodham, charged high fees to use his family influence.
I just had to stop that real quick because they had said, and I don't know the specifics on this, but they defrauded the government out of millions of dollars. And I'm thinking that's taxes. So the government, who you never agree or consent to pay, they extort money from you, because if you do not pay them, obviously they will use guns if they have to get you to pay them. Now, that's like the last resort there, but it will happen. So to say that if it's taxes, that they defrauded the government because they didn't pay taxes, that's a bunch of bullshit, because taxes are only a form of extortion, because the government has more guns than everybody else does. And they know that, hey, you don't pay these taxes, we're going to come after you and put you in jail. And that's the very definition of extortion. So I just wanted to add that there. So we'll go back to the Hillary Clinton, a career criminal.
To obtain presidential pardons, Carlos Vignali, a Los Angeles drug lord, paid Rodham over $500,000, and his sentence for cocaine trafficking was commuted. Almond Braswell, a scam artist, paid Rodham over $250,000 and was pardoned for defrauding senior citizens of millions of dollars. Fighting for Puerto Rican independence, the FALN exploded 138 bombs in New York City, Chicago, and Puerto Rico. During a 10-year reign of terror, 13 innocent people were killed and over 80 were maimed. New York City Councilman Jose Rivera met with Hillary Clinton proposing pardons for FALN members in return for Puerto Rican support in her Senate race. 2 days later, President Clinton pardoned 16 FALN terrorists. These pardons were condemned by Democrats and Republicans, the House and Senate, the FBI, the U.S. Attorney, the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and the Fraternal Order of Police. Another probe into Clinton wrongdoing ensued. When Congress requested additional information, President Clinton claimed executive privilege, preventing anyone involved with the pardons from testifying. Hillary Clinton claimed no involvement in or prior knowledge of the decision. Former Democratic President Jimmy Carter called these shameless pardons disgraceful. The largest political fundraiser in U.S. history became the largest election fraud in history. In the year 2000, the fundraiser for Hillary Clinton's New York Senate race was attended by 1,300 people, including the Hollywood elite and the Democratic leadership. In violation of federal election statutes, an individual, Peter Paul, financed the entire event. Peter Paul was also a convicted cocaine trafficker. In violation, Hillary Clinton was involved with the solicitation of funds and the coordination of the gala. In violation, Hillary Clinton requested in writing an additional $150,000 from Peter Paul in untraceable securities. The Clinton campaign's filings with the Federal Elections Committee stated the event only cost $500,000. The actual price tag was $1.5 million. Senator Clinton was fined over $50,000 for purposely underreporting the cost of the event. In another campaign finance fraud, Hillary Clinton ignored FBI warnings and accepted over $900,000 from scam artist and felon Norman Sue. Hillary Clinton's Senate tenure was undistinguished. In 7 years, she introduced only 3 minor bills which became law, including the naming of a post office. She helped secure millions in...
There's another thing I want to mention here, that people in Congress are judged off the bills that they submit. And if we look at the amount of laws that exist, and every year there's more and more and more laws. And I think to judge a congressperson based on how many bills or laws get passed that they submit is bullshit, because really what they should be doing is getting rid of laws, repealing laws. Now, if I'm hearing that this person repealed 10 laws or something like that, to me, that's a positive thing. I don't know why you need to go and submit bills and find more laws. And that's an incentive, too, because what they do is they do judge people in Congress based on how many bills they submit. And they're doing it with Hillary Clinton. Not that I'm a fan of Hillary Clinton, but of anybody, I'd say the same thing, that why judge a congressperson based on how many new laws they added or how many bills that they wrote, that they submitted. And I think what that does is it also pushes them to write more bills and pass more laws. So we just have more and more and more fucking laws. So I had to mention that as well. So back to the Hillary Clinton, a career criminal.
Federal assistance for a New York developer. Ethics questions arose when the businessman donated over $120,000 to the Clinton Foundation. Senator Clinton did not support English as the official language of the United States government, and she enthusiastically voted for the Iraq War resolution. Hillary Clinton ignored Senate rules and reporting requirements for the hiring of staff and non-paid fellows, breaking the Senate Code of Official Conduct and hiding multiple conflicts of interest. She was investigated by the Senate Select Committee on Ethics. Hillary Clinton's long history of campaign finance abuses continued. Jeffrey Thompson and other fundraising bundlers for her failed 2008 presidential campaign pled guilty to conspiracy and campaign finance law violations. In the primaries, Democrats nominated the little-known junior Senator Obama over the well-known, scandal-ridden Hillary Clinton. In 2009, President Obama nominated Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State. In 2014, the State Department spokesperson was asked to identify one tangible achievement from Hillary Clinton's 4 years as Secretary of State. She responded, "I am certain those who were here at the time, who worked hard on that effort, could point out one." Secretary Clinton's tenure had no signature doctrine or diplomatic breakthrough. It was, however, 4 more years of scandals. The Clinton State Department wasted $80 million on a U.S. consulate in northern Afghanistan, which will never be completed. Under Clinton's name, the Foreign Service gathered details on foreign diplomats, our allies and officials of the UN, including internet usernames, email addresses, credit card numbers, fingerprints, frequent flyer account numbers, and work schedules. The Clinton State Department lost approximately $6 billion due to improper filing of contracts. The FBI, CIA, and the DOJ requested that Boko Haram be designated as a terrorist group so the agencies could pursue them. Secretary Clinton declined, and the group continued its reign of terror, including the kidnapping of 300 schoolgirls in Nigeria. A special investigator for the State Department claims probes into illegal acts by the Diplomatic Security Service and ambassadors were influenced, manipulated, or simply called off under Hillary Clinton. These include sexual assaults by State Department security officials in Beirut, endemic engagement of prostitutes by Hillary Clinton's security detail, drug use by State Department contractors in Baghdad, solicitation of child male prostitutes by U.S. Ambassador to Belgium. Secretary Clinton's spokesperson claimed Hillary Clinton had no knowledge of any of the scandals in her State Department. "We learned of it from the media and don't know anything beyond what's been reported." The United States mission in Benghazi, Libya, was attacked on September 11, 2012. As Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State at the time, she is at the heart of the cover-up investigation. When she finally testified to Congress 4 months after the attack, she famously stated, "The fact is we had 4 dead Americans. Was it because of a protest? Or was it because guys out for a walk one night who decided they'd go kill some Americans? What difference at this point does it make?" Hillary Clinton testified that she submitted all documents requested by Congress. 20 months later, and only through a Freedom of Information Act request, 41 new documents were released, including changes to Ambassador Susan Rice's talking points. More documents are still being withheld. The Presidential Records Act allows restricted access to documents for 12 years after leaving office. Now, 14 years later, the Clintons are still withholding thousands of records from the public. Over 300 Freedom of Information Act requests have been ignored, suggesting more damaging revelations about the Clintons. It is difficult to separate the Clintons' personal and political financial ventures from those of the Clinton Foundation. The New York Times expose on the Clinton Foundation details moral and fiscal chaos, shameless fundraising, and calls it mired in conflicts of interest. Run by old Clinton friends, it has been grossly mismanaged and, despite enormous donations, ran multi-million-dollar deficits. Already rife with conflicts of interest, the foundation's offices are now shared by the Hillary Clinton presidential campaign. Americans can give $2,300 to presidential candidates, but there are no limits on donations to foundations. Hillary Clinton cannot legally accept campaign donations from foreigners, but no restrictions apply to foundations. Secretary of State Clinton traveled to Moscow and pressed the Russian government to purchase planes from Boeing. 2 months later, contract in hand, Boeing donated $900,000 to the Clinton Foundation. The foundation's support from foreign interests hoping to influence U.S. policy is of grave concern. Foreign donations to the foundation increased by 70% when Hillary Clinton ran for president in 2008. Saudi Arabia has financed terrorists, has an abysmal women's rights record, and punishes homosexuality by death. And yet, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is one of the largest supporters of the Clinton Foundation. In a Clinton co-presidency, every large donation could raise suspicions of improprieties or influence peddling and lead to non-stop investigations. Many qualified and deserving politicians, Democrat and Republican, women and men, are waiting to lead this country.
Nonpartisan Liberty for All. Call in at 702-470-7664 or Skype in. Username Nonpartisan Liberty for All.
And we are back. In all fairness, I guess, to Hillary Clinton, some of that stuff are things that a lot of politicians do. Not all of it. A lot of it seemed pretty bad. But when it comes to donations and shit like that, I mean, they're all taking fucking donations from corporations, and they all have conflicts of interest. Not that I'm trying to defend her or anything like that, but that did seem pretty bad. Now, how accurate that is, I don't know. I guess it is accurate, but there's a way to spin things, and that was definitely a negative take on Hillary Clinton. However, I haven't heard many positive takes on Hillary Clinton. Even in the past, I heard that the only reason she married Bill was because her whole goal was to become the first female president, and that she wanted to marry a politician and to get into politics. So I don't know how a lot of these things are going to affect her, because the other two things that they didn't mention in this is, and we'll get into this later, they did mention Benghazi, but not really in any detail. But the recent email, quote unquote, scandal where she was using her own personal email server for confidential government emails, where she should have been using, I guess, the government server, and then they went and wiped everything clean as well, which doesn't look pretty good. So I don't know. Of course, on the Republican conservative radio, they talk about her being indicted, and I don't know if anything's going to happen with that. I for somebody like her, I seriously doubt it, but you never know. So the one thing I didn't get into before I get into the candidates that I wanted to cover, and I should have probably done this before I played that, is the rigging of elections. And I look at it as I had kind of left it at, first of all, there's only a certain percentage of people that could even run for president. And I mean that, and I'm not talking about the criteria, like you have to be 35 and a U.S. citizen or naturally born citizen, whatever, that your parents have to be born in the U.S., but the whole fact that unless you're a former politician or a millionaire, or I guess if you're a successful celebrity or something, like Ronald Reagan was an actor, Arnold Schwarzenegger obviously an actor as well, and his wife was part of the Kennedy, she's not his wife anymore, I guess they got divorced, I don't know if they reconciled, but she was part of the Kennedy family as well. So I'm just looking at it from a standpoint of, okay, when you're looking at who can even become president, who has a chance, not technically who can, because technically, okay, you could say anybody can become president in theory. Now, in reality, that is not the case, because there's all these things that go into it. You are not going to have any type of chance of becoming president again unless you're a former or current member of Congress, or somebody who's a billionaire like Donald Trump can, because he can finance his own campaign, or you become a member of the party. So first, number one, you have to be a member of one of the two major parties. So you're forced, if you want to have any chance of becoming president. Yes, they have a libertarian candidate that runs. I think the last election, they got the biggest percentage ever, the former governor of New Mexico, whose name I can't think of right now, but he got like 3% or 4%. I mean, it was still really low, but I mean, in comparison to what it usually is, it was pretty good. But obviously he still had no chance. So to have a chance, you're forced to become part of one of these parties that you may not even believe in. And I don't think the majority of the country actually believes in one or the other. It's set up that way because I think they're conflicting, and two, they're conflicting in the fact that if I'm looking for a party that supports freedom, neither of them do. I call them the socialists and the fascists. They just do it in different ways. They both want to control you, and that's where their goals, whether it's Republican or Democrat, fit in the agenda of control over the people, because either way, if you're in government, obviously you want to control people. You think you know what's best for people. There's no other way around it. You can't run for office and say, I mean, you can, but if you run, with the exception of people that, like Ron Paul kind of had more of a, I know I'm not going to get elected type of thing, but I'm going to go and spread my ideas. So with the exception of people that are trying to do that, if you run for president, you're going to be part of one of these two parties that are about control and are about, you obviously have a plan. All of these candidates have some sort of plan. And the plan is, what are they really saying? If you look at candidates in general, this is just not the president. They're saying that they know what's best for people, that they know how to rule over people. Now, they're not going to come out and say, I know what's best for people. They might say, I know what's best for the country. I've heard that before. But that they know what's best for people. They know what's best for your life, and they have the best plan. And that's why they're running. So that they know better than you what's good for your life. And think about that for a minute. And again, this extends beyond being president. This is just not president. It's any office. You think you know what's better for people. And when it was funny, not last year, I think it was 2014. So there was a website just for Las Vegas, and it was like Las Vegas politics or some shit like that. So you had all these politicians that were running, and it was around the time of the primaries that they were in there. And I had said some stuff that, I don't believe in government, whatever. And they're like, go vote. And they got mad and told me, I should run for something, and something about trash, like I probably can't afford anything and live in a trash can or something. I don't know. And I probably make more money than they do. Anyway, and of course they didn't get nominated. But they were getting mad because essentially I was telling them the truth that, well, you're saying that you know what's best for people, that you have whatever plans you have or whatever, because like a politician will come out and say, okay, I have a tax plan or I have this plan. And if you listen to any of the debates and all of them, they talked about, well, like Ted Cruz. Well, in my tax plan, I have I was trying to work on it later. I think I'll get it down at some point, my Ted Cruz, but I was working. My tax plan will give more money and stimulate the economy. But either way, they have plans of what they think is the best plan. Otherwise, they wouldn't be running. So they're out there running with the idea, and it's arrogant if you think about it. It's an arrogant idea, but it's an idea of, I know what's best. I have the best idea, and I know what's best for your life. And that's the part that gets to me, is whatever they do most likely is going to affect your life in some way, unless it's something that I can't think of an example. I'm sure there are things that they can do that won't, but for the most part, everything they do is going to affect your life in some way. So whatever office they're running for, that's what they're saying. And I had said this to these people, online, and they got mad. And basically, this is when you know that you pretty much won the argument and just pissed people off, is all they did was call me names, and I forgot what they had said, but it was just, and they were also frustrated. It's just when you talk about, well, we don't want you to run our lives. We don't want your plans implemented. We don't want somebody to control what we do. The people that want to control what you do, and these are people that are the ones running. So they're so ignorant that they don't even realize that the majority of the things, they're not really going to be the ones controlling them anyway. But it's more ego than anything else in that case. But the way that I look at how it's rigged is because they know, whether it's the people that are running the campaigns or whoever's trying to control who gets elected, they're able to rig it by, one, as I just said earlier, that you're able to narrow it down pretty low to the amount of people that even have a chance to run. And you look what happened to the Democratic Party. There's 2 people, really. So you get to choose. If you're a Democrat, you get to choose from 2 people. That's it. And I know that bullshit that people like to say, like, well, if you don't agree with them, why don't you run? Well, maybe because you can't, because you have no chance, or because you don't believe in the system. But so you only have 2 candidates. But what they're able to do is, through media, one, they know that only a certain percentage of people are going to vote. And they know the type of voters that they have. There's low information voters, more high information voters. And then there's people that just may even be registered but aren't going to vote because, like me, I'm not going to vote because I don't believe in voting. I don't believe in changing the system via the system. I do have a friend that is running for Congress, actually, and if she gets the nomination, maybe I will just go in to vote for her. But even that, I'm not sure that I even want to do that. But she's a Republican, and I'm obviously an independent, so I couldn't vote in the primary, and I wouldn't change and register as a Republican to do it neither. I told her I don't think it's going to make a difference anyway, regardless of what her ideas are, and I disagree with her on a number of things. But I would still vote for her, but again, I don't know that I'm going to vote at all. So we'll see what happens with that. But they know through all of these things, one, they're able to narrow it down. So if you're part of a party, they get the nomination. And if you're not part of a party, then you already have it. Sorry, when I say you get the nomination, you get to nominate, one of the candidates. But if you're not part of a party, which they almost try to force you to be, and as I said earlier, I think the majority of people don't agree with either party, but they give you 2 people. So everything's already been selected for you. So essentially, between the media, the money put out by the political parties, so even the own party, so say the Democrats, they want Hillary, just for example, that they'll put up enough ads and put enough money into it that, whether it's via subliminal type messages or just more commercials or more attention or whatever, that they'll make sure that more people vote for Hillary. And then when you get to the actual election, again, you've already had everything picked for you, except you have 2 people to pick from. So it's already been decided. So most of this stuff has already been decided for you anyway. It's a totally rigged system. And to be able to really have any say is impossible. I mean, not to mention the fact that even if only a small percentage votes, which has been happening because people are fed up with the bullshit and they're like, whatever, my vote doesn't mean anything anyway, and it really doesn't. But even if you have 100 million people vote, which is a third of the population, you know, what does your vote really even matter anyway? So it's so easy to just pretty much rig that and create it as an illusion that somehow you have some say in who the president is, because you don't. So what I want to do is kind of go through some of these candidates, and based on one, like how much they could be controlled, but also how they're saying they come down on issues. Now, that doesn't mean anything anyway, because people change all the time. They'll say, oh yeah, I'm for this, and then they're for this. And so political candidates change all the time as far as what they're for. But going through some of them, I can already see who they would want to be going with, because they line up with what the agenda really is for the quote-unquote powers that be. So when it comes down to, pretty much, as I said, you got Hillary and Bernie Sanders. And I don't think that, as far as what Bernie Sanders is trying to do, yes, I think the government is trying to go more, a combination of almost fascism and socialism, but I don't know that they're ready to push someone like Bernie Sanders at this point, because it's still that illusion of freedom. And I think somebody like Bernie Sanders goes in all in. Not only that, is if you think things are bad now financially with the debt that we're in, well, it doesn't mean that necessarily he'll be able to get anything done, but I mean, he pretty much wants to spend all this money and social programs and redo healthcare and increase taxes and all of these things. So, I mean, I guess he could win if the plan is to have one of the Republicans ultimately become president. If that's what it is, then I guess it doesn't matter. But as I had mentioned earlier, I had thought, based on their meeting in 2008, that the plan was, okay, Hillary's going to give up for 2008. She's going to take some position, which she did, Secretary of State, and then that she's going to be president after Obama. But with all of the baggage that Hillary has, now there's still they want to play it like they did with Obama and use the, first woman president. And that will go a long way with ignorant people. And I say, well, maybe that's not the right word, but I mean, just voting for somebody because they are a certain gender, but it has nothing to do with anything else, I think is stupid. Now, again, the vote doesn't matter anyway, so what does it matter? But I'm looking at it from the standpoint of if you actually feel that your vote means something. 702-470-7664 if you'd like to call in. And Nonpartisan Liberty for All is our Skype account. So if you'd like to Skype in, which always sounds better, just send a contact request. If you have any thoughts on any of this or any questions or comments, or if you disagree with me as well, as long as you're not going to call and start yelling, because then I'll hang up, we will take your call. But Bernie Sanders seems to be getting a lot of attention because he's different. So what they, I guess, are doing now are promoting the different candidates, I get, quote unquote. Like, Trump is supposedly different in the sense that, well, he's just some billionaire who is running for president and has never been a politician. And I think the only reason why he's getting any fucking attention at all is because I don't get it. I honestly don't. I think he's an arrogant fuck. I can't stand him. I couldn't stand him years ago when he would call up Howard Stern and talk about the ratings of his show. He is so arrogant. He's annoying. But the one thing is that he is not a politician, although I think, technically he is. I mean, he's running for something, but I mean, he has the personality of a politician, and I'm sure he lies like a politician. But the whole idea with him, I think that attracts people is that he's not from Washington. He's not some career politician. I mean, most of these people are. Bernie Sanders is 74. I don't know how many years he's been in Congress, but it's been a long time. I think before that, well, I don't know that he's been in Congress for a long time, but he's been in politics for a long time. And, of course, we all know Hillary and how long she's been in politics, basically since Bill Clinton got out of office. And even during the time he was in office, she essentially was trying to push for the health care bill. So I'm going to take another break because I have plenty of clips to play. So I'm going to play a couple clips from some of the candidates, and we'll be right back. NonpartisanLibertyForAll.com. Again, if you'd like to call in, Skype Nonpartisan Liberty for All, send a contact request, and the phone number is 702-470-7664. That's 702-470-7664, and it'd be best if you sent a text first with your information. So we will be right back. NonpartisanLibertyForAll.com, and we're talking about something that I usually don't talk about, but the candidates for president.
Senator Marco Rubio on the record. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Greta.
Senator, you are a critic of this swap, are you not?
Well, no, I'm happy that they're coming home. I'm certainly pleased by that. And I share your sentiments about Bob Levinson, whose family has a presence in Florida, and we will not forget him. We will continue to bring that up. It's unacceptable that Iran has not been cooperative in that regard. I'm happy they're coming home. My problem is this. Number one, they should never have been hostages in the first place. None of them did anything wrong. And number two, I think that Iran very deliberately seized them because they know that under Barack Obama, you can trade Americans for people you want back. And so here we have 5 innocent people who were traded in exchange for 7 guilty people who were condemned in courts of law in the freest judicial system in the world. And I just think this continues to set Bergdahl, the Cuban trade, and now this. Now you've put a price on the head of every American abroad in terms of being kidnapped or captured by unfriendly governments.
Does it make any difference to her in the equation that the 7 who were released by the United States in that swap, the Iranians, is that they were sanctions violation criminals? Criminals at the time violated our law, but now that the sanctions have been lifted, that crime sort of vanishes. But they committed a crime at the time. But does that make it any different to you?
Well, only in the sense that, obviously, they're not accused of violent crime or things of this nature, but the bottom line is they were convicted of wrongdoing. So here you are, 7 people who were convicted for legitimate wrongdoing, traded in exchange for 5 people who did nothing wrong. A few of them hadn't even been charged. There was no understanding. One of them, there wasn't even public acknowledgement they were there. And it's just outrageous. It really is. But again, I think you're going to see more of this as long as Barack Obama is president, because it's now clear to everyone that he makes trades with the Taliban, made trades with the Castro brothers, and now this. You are now creating an incentive for more governments and more countries to try to, and more terrorist groups or others, to try to get their hands on Americans. But look, we're glad that they're coming home. It took way too long. And if anything else, this should remind us and open our eyes to the fact of who Iran truly is. They are not an ally. They are not a friendly government. And they're not, from their government's perspective, even a civilized government. They are basically a terror government run by a radical Shia cleric who are willing to do whatever it takes. And in this case, hold these 5 Americans who had done nothing wrong.
I likewise am thrilled they're coming home. I have to tell you, I've been in the Hekmati home in Michigan. I spent a lot of time with Ali Razayan. I know that Pastor Abedini's family. I'm absolutely thrilled they're coming home. So, I mean, I'm still, so incredibly jubilant. In light of the
Ali
fact,
was at the State of the Union, so it was great that he was there. And Ali was at the State of the Union, and he kept Jason's story alive.
So what would you have done to get them home if you wouldn't do this swap? What would you have done if you'd walked in the office of President of the United States and they were still captive? Could you have done anything different?
Yes, I would say that no negotiations with Iran would have even begun, or at least would not have moved forward without this issue being resolved first, at the front end, not at the back end, at the front end. Now, I think I'm very suspicious of this deal with Iran to begin with. I think there should have been specific sanctions against Iran simply for the fact that they took these 5 Americans hostages. There should have been specific sanctions just for this, not to mention the missile deals or the missile activity they're undertaking, and of course not to mention their nuclear program. So I think we would have been much firmer at the front end in insisting their immediate and unconditional release, and not somehow encourage them to roll them into this whole deal where, again, you're getting a trade of 7 people convicted in a court of law in exchange for 5 Americans who did nothing wrong and were hostages. They were not prisoners. They were hostages.
All right, let me turn to 2016. You're getting hit pretty hard today by Governor Chris Christie of New Jersey, who says, in reference to you, this is a first-term senator who still is learning where the men's room is in the Senate, let alone figuring out how to lead a country. I agree with what Senator Rubio said himself. He said just 2 weeks ago, senators and congressmen can't solve America's problems. I couldn't agree with him anymore. Your response to the governor tonight?
Well, Chris doesn't want to talk about his record. His record is abysmal. I mean, in terms of the things that he agrees with Barack Obama on. Chris Christie supported Sonia Sotomayor, and we've read his words on the record. He was a supporter and urged the Senate to confirm her. Chris Christie was the eminent supporter of Common Core. Chris Christie ran for office because he wanted to pass gun control. And Chris Christie made a personal contribution to Planned Parenthood, which he now denies, but for years stood by. And so the bottom line is that my problem is not, I like Chris as a person, but our Republican nominee has to be someone that is going to unravel the Obama agenda and the damage Barack Obama has done to our country, not someone that agrees with gun control, Planned Parenthood, Common Core, and judges like Sonia Sotomayor. And so that's what we're going to continue to focus on. I don't attack people. His record is not an attack. It's his record.
Senator, thank you very much. Nice to see you, and it's going to be a busy 2 weeks to Iowa. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sunday on Close Up, how Republican presidential candidate Ted Cruz plans on campaigning down the home stretch before the New Hampshire primary. And does he see Donald Trump now as his main competition? And is there a struggle for the mainstream Republican vote in the New Hampshire primary? We'll ask New Jersey Governor Chris Christie about his efforts to bring the case to voters that he is the most qualified to be inside the Oval Office. Morning, folks. Thanks for joining us. I'm Josh McKelvin. Early on, he was seen as a polarizing figure within the Republican Party, but now many see Ted Cruz's campaign as a conservative alternative to Donald Trump. But can he capitalize on his image of a non-establishment politician? Senator Cruz is our first guest this morning. Good to see you, sir.
Hey, Josh. Good to be with you.
Yeah, so let's start with Donald Trump. First of all, I mean, one, do you believe he's a conservative? And two, are you the alternative?
Oh, listen, whether he's a conservative or not is going to be a judgment that the voters have to make. It does seem more and more that this is becoming a two-man race between Donald and me. He said that a number of times, and if you look at the polling numbers, right now I'm in first place in Iowa, he's in second place. Right now he's in first place in New Hampshire, I'm tied for second. We're tied for first in South Carolina, I'm in second in Florida, I'm in first place in California. What we're really seeing is the field separating. And that is in many ways the result of conservatives uniting behind our campaign. That we're seeing that old Reagan coalition coming back together. If you're going to win, you've got to bring together the disparate parts of the party. You've got to be able to bring together conservatives and libertarians and evangelicals. You got to bring together young people and Hispanics and African Americans and Jewish voters and women and Reagan Democrats. And we're seeing that all across the country, but here in New Hampshire in particular, conservatives and libertarians are uniting behind our campaign, and that's given us a lot of momentum.
Yeah, we'll see if the polls reflect what's going to happen on Election Day. But Donald Trump, now that he's seeing that you're gaining momentum with your campaign, starting to rattle your cage a little bit, talking about, well, maybe he's not even qualified to be president of the United States, given the fact you're born in Canada. I mean, first, any problems there when it comes to eligibility?
Look, as a legal matter, this question is quite straightforward. Under the Constitution, under federal law, from the very beginning of this country, the child of a U.S. citizen born abroad is a natural-born citizen. My mom was an American citizen by birth, so I was a citizen by birth. If you travel abroad, you have a child abroad, your child's a natural-born citizen. If American soldiers are abroad, they have children, their children are natural-born citizens. If American missionaries are abroad, their children are natural-born citizens. And it's happened a lot of times in our nation's history. John McCain was born in Panama, but he was an American natural-born citizen because his parents were citizens. George Romney, Mitt's dad, who ran in 1968, was born in Mexico to Mormon missionary parents. He was a natural-born citizen because his parents were citizens. And also, interestingly enough, Barry Goldwater was born in Arizona before Arizona was a state. But he was a natural-born citizen because his parents were citizens. So the legal matter is straightforward. And you can understand why this attack is happening. You know, 3-4 weeks ago, just about every candidate in the race was attacking Donald Trump. Today, just about all the candidates are attacking me. And that kind of suggests maybe something has changed in the race. And I understand that Donald and the other candidates, they're really nervous. They don't like seeing conservatives uniting behind our campaign, so they want to distract the media with silly sideshows. And my view, I haven't responded in kind. When others attack me, when Donald attacks me, I don't respond in kind. Because I think voters are interested in substance. Who's prepared, who has the record to fight and defend our constitutional rights, to bring back jobs, and most critically, who's best prepared to be commander-in-chief?
And I'm going to get to that in just a second, but just a moment ago you were speaking about the ability to bring in the conservative vote, the mainstream, you know, establishment Republicans, however you want to characterize them, Reagan Democrats. You have a front-runner here in New Hampshire, Donald Trump. And this is a legit question. I'm not asking you to start a food fight here. Anytime that somebody gets in his way or disagrees with him, there's no tip of the cap or, you know what, this is a worthy adversary. All of a sudden, that person or that organization is a complete joke. Do you think that Donald Trump has the ability to bring people together?
Well, I think the voters are going to make that determination. You know, the reason I think we're seeing so much unity behind our campaign is as we get closer to Election Day, people are studying the records of the candidates. And they're distinguishing between what I call campaign conservatives who talk a good game but haven't walked the walk, and a consistent conservative. So, for example, it's very, very easy to talk about how you're opposed to Obamacare. I think what voters are asking is, okay, in 2013, when millions of Americans rose up against Obamacare, where were you? I was proud to lead the fight against Obamacare. The other men and women on that debate stage were nowhere to be found. When President Obama and Chuck Schumer and Harry Reid and the establishment Republicans in Washington all pushed a massive amnesty plan, millions of Americans rose up against that. I was proud to lead the opposition to amnesty, to stand with Jeff Sessions and Steve King. You know, you look at the other candidates on that stage, they were nowhere to be found. A lot of people now suddenly are talking about illegal immigration. Donald Trump talks about this a lot. In 2013, when the Gang of Eight amnesty bill, when Barack Obama was inches from getting that passed, where were the other candidates? When the fight was being fought, they were nowhere to be found. It was almost like they were in witness protection. And I think the reason voters are coalescing behind our campaign, look, when Harry Reid and Chuck Schumer came after the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms, millions of Americans stood up to defend our Second Amendment. I led that fight. The other candidates on that stage, nowhere to be found. That's why conservatives are uniting behind our campaign, because talk is cheap. But if you walk the walk, do you have a proven record? If you say you're going to stand up to Washington, when have you ever stood up to Washington? Not just Democrats, but leaders in our own party.
Give me a chance to ask you a couple of questions here. You're in New Hampshire this week, Second Amendment rally,
Yep.
and this is an issue that's being brought up a lot in this race. Whether it's expanding background checks, gun show loopholes, more investment into mental health. I mean, where do you think improvements need to be made when it comes to the gun violence that we're seeing?
Well, it's very simple, and you got to start with first principles. The first principle I start with is the Constitution. I've spent my whole life fighting to defend the Constitution, fighting to defend the Bill of Rights. I don't view the Constitution the way Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton view it, which is an unnecessary inconvenience. I view it as the foundational document that formed this country, and it's the basis of our rule of law. Secondly, what Barack Obama and the liberals do wrong over and over again is they don't distinguish between good guys and bad guys. So when we see a horrific shooting like the Sandy Hook shooting, which look, I'm the father of two little girls. You know, as you know, when you're the dad of young children, if you see someone murdering kids, I mean, it's horrifying. You know, President Obama had an opportunity to bring people together then. If he had focused on targeting violent felons, on going after criminals, Republicans and Democrats could have come together. That's what he should have done. My view, violent criminals, we should come down on them like a ton of bricks. But we should protect the rights of law-abiding citizens. Likewise, terrorism. In the aftermath of Paris and the San Bernardino terrorist attack, President Obama does a nationally televised address, refuses to say the words radical Islamic terrorism. It's like the Democrats are ostriches with their head in the sand. But instead, he suggests taking away the right to keep and bear arms of millions of law-abiding citizens. You don't stop the bad guys by taking away our guns. You stop the bad guys by using our guns. And we need a commander-in-chief focused on defeating the terrorists, on killing jihadists before they murder us, not on scapegoating and violating the rights of millions of law-abiding citizens.
And let me spit this out before you shut me down here. Obviously, you have your differences with President Obama. There are some similarities. Both constitutional experts, both first-term senators who are having success, may be the next president. That was a big knock on President Obama. He didn't have the experience to lead. As you make this case, we have a lot of governors with executive experience. Why are you the guy that can deliver on the promise that a lot of people, frankly, are making?
Because I'm the only one on that stage that has a proven record as a consistent conservative. As a fiscal conservative, as a social conservative, as a national security conservative. The stakes are too high. We are tired of winning elections and then nothing changes. We've got majorities in both the House and Senate, and the House and Senate just passed a massive omnibus bill funding all of Barack Obama and Harry Reid's big government agenda. People are frustrated with it, and if you want to know the difference, don't believe the campaign promises. Everyone sounds like a conservative when they run. You know, the scripture tells us you shall know them by their fruits. You know, one of the reasons I'm glad that Donald Trump is in this race, he's helped frame the central question of this race as who will stand up to Washington. Well, okay, if that's the question, the natural follow-up is who has. When have you stood up not just to Democrats, but to leaders in our own party? And I'm the only one, whether it's on Obamacare or the Second Amendment or stopping amnesty or protecting the national security of this country, who has over and over and over again stood with the American people, the working men and women, not the moneyed elites, not Wall Street and the Washington lobbyists, but the working men and women, the blue-collar backbone of this country, who are tired of being sold down the river by Washington politicians.
We only have a couple of minutes to go, but one thing that did occur this week is a procedural question, but I want to get to it. In Texas, the party chair in Texas offered a rules change, which would basically be very damaging, if not do away with the New Hampshire primary. We reported that you asked him to take that down. Is that because of a belief that this process is the best way to do things, or trying to do better in New Hampshire?
Absolutely, yes. Listen, I think it is fantastic that our election, our presidential election, begins with New Hampshire, begins with Iowa, South Carolina, Nevada. That it is a wonderful thing. I've spent a lot of time now here in New Hampshire, grown to love the state. I'll tell you, my wife Heidi and my little girls adore New Hampshire. They love playing in the snow. They love visiting with people here. But the great thing about New Hampshire being first in the nation is that it mandates a grassroots campaign. If we started in a big state like New York or California, it would be all slick Hollywood TV ads. It would be all fake. Here in New Hampshire, you can't win in New Hampshire unless you stand in a Dunkin' Donuts, unless you stand in a VFW hall or a living room, and you look people in the eyes, and they have the opportunity to determine, are you telling the truth or blowing the smoke? I think that's fantastic. So you're right. When I heard that the party chairman had put in a motion to try to take away New Hampshire's first in the nation status, we reached out to him and I asked him to pull it down, and he pulled it down because I think it's critical for our democracy that New Hampshire stay first in the nation so we can vet the candidates, not slick TV ads, but men and women holding all of these candidates accountable.
Well, you're doing well in Iowa. We'll see what happens here in New Hampshire, but clearly you have a campaign that is trending in the right direction. Sir, best of luck to you moving forward.
Thank you, Josh. God bless.
Time is flying, indeed. All right, we'll be right back with another Republican presidential candidate. That would be Governor Chris Christie. Stay with us.
You are listening to Nonpartisan Liberty for All Radio with your host, Dave Bourne.
Nonpartisan Liberty for All, and we are back. That was during the break. I played a quick interview with Marco Rubio and one with Ted Cruz. It's weird how... I'm sorry, I'm eating something. There we go. Let me mute that. It's weird. Conservatives are weird to me. Because they always talk about how they're conservatives, and they say, like, conservatives don't do this or conservatives don't do that. It's like a person that refers to themselves in third person. And I noticed that a lot with Mark Levin, who I hear sometimes, who I actually have a clip from, and I definitely need to play that because then people will probably understand my impression better. Ted Cruz, I guess, was on the show, so we'll definitely play that at some point. So I started to get into the Democratic candidates, which is only two, and was talking about how things are pretty much rigged anyway. And we have a phone call. We have a show co-host who's been on hiatus, I guess, but he is still with the show, and hopefully will be coming back at some point. But Thomas Woody of North Missouri Cop Block, and go check him out, like him on Facebook at North Missouri Cop Block. Thomas, are you there?
Yeah, how you doing, Dave?
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, it's going all right.
So, what are your, I think I hear an echo there. What are your thoughts on what we've been talking about as far as the presidential election? And really, is there anything specific first that you wanna talk about, and then we can just kind of take it from there. But is there anywhere you want to start? Comments that you had?
Well, I just want I'll comment about the political election stuff. And sorry, my daughter's. Luna, can you go for right now? Okay, but about the election, I agree with you completely. That it's completely rigged because you got these primaries you're talking about where you have to identify either as a Republican or Democrat. So, everyone's excluded from the primaries. And well, not everybody's excluded from the primaries, but if you don't adhere and conform to their political beliefs, then they will exclude you. And then they choose who they want out of their party to be on the ballot for everyone to choose from, and we have so many uninformed.
Well, never mind that. What about if you even take a step back, right? How many people can even run in the first place?
Right, like you take Bernie Sanders for instance. He had to, to get his name on nationally recognized. He had to identify as a Republican, even though he's an independent.
Well, Democrat. You mean?
Yeah, excuse me, Democrat. Excuse me.
Yeah, but he's really a Democrat. He just because I think he originally was a Democrat and he changed to an independent. And
yeah,
I think he's one of.
I was thinking about Donald Trump, how he's running as a Republican now, and he used to be a Democrat.
Yeah. But yeah, Bernie Sanders is technically an independent, but he's one of those guys like Joe Lieberman did that, where he was a Democrat, then he didn't get the nomination, so he ran as an independent and stayed as an independent. But Bernie Sanders, he's a Democrat. So, but what I'm saying is, I'm not talking about somebody like him, because obviously it's easy for somebody like him to run for president because he's in Congress.
Right.
But I'm talking about the other 99% of the population that would have no chance to get on the ballot or be able to run for president. I mean, I couldn't run for president. You're too young, but
even 45 or something like that.
35. Even if you weren't, you wouldn't have any chance. The majority of people, even if you take somebody who makes, maybe $1 million a year. I mean, they're still not, it's going to be very hard for most people, unless you're a billionaire or you're in Congress, to get on the ballot, or you're a former or governor or former congressman. Besides that, because I'm trying to think years past, and I don't think anybody outside of a governor or former governor, congressman, U.S. congressman, not state, or former, or, of course, a vice president, or I guess a former president could run if they only had one term, like George Bush Sr. But besides that, you don't have any chance of running. And how fucked up is that when you think about it? It's supposed to be, they talk about how government's supposed to be the people, and it's all a bunch of bullshit. It's not the people. It's the elite. It's the establishment. I mean, that's really what it is.
Right. You have to file an intent to run for the presidency. And even after you file that, good luck even getting into the debates.
Well, you wouldn't get into the debates, and you wouldn't get on the ballot. I mean, maybe you'd get on the ballot in the state you live in, but you wouldn't get in the debates, and you wouldn't get on the ballot in most places. So and you get no exposure neither, because these parties essentially control. See, this is kind of how it is. So you have that part of it, but then when you get to the people that are in these two parties, so like we have now, pretty much it's just Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton, and then in the Republicans, we can go through that list later. I really only listed 5 of them because I think the rest are pretty much done. And even out of the 5, I think Jeb Bush and Christie are pretty much done as well. But you never know how things can change. But the party pretty much controls who's going to get the nomination because they're the ones who control the money, control all these commercials and things like that. So, I mean, unless you're a billionaire like Donald Trump, it's a little different because he can use his own money, but still, it's definitely rigged. And for most people who are not part of a party, and even if you are, so what? So you get one vote to try to nominate somebody. It's also the media is going to give coverage to who they tell them to give the most coverage to. And then if they want to get somebody out of the race, I mean, I don't know if you paid attention to years past, and again, you might be too young to remember some of the people that were, scandals came out.
Honestly, the first back I remember is Clinton.
Like there were people that, maybe they were in the lead and then some scandal came out and they were done. So it's totally rigged and it's totally controlled. And it's based on, to me, who they're going to be able to control and who's going to push the agenda that the powers that be, whoever you think they are, want to push. Because you look at Bush, and Bush and Obama is a perfect example. Look at what Obama did regarding all of this spying and all of the shit on terrorism and all the stuff about taking more rights away. He just continued where Bush left off. And supposedly, he's supposed to be totally different and this constitutional lawyer and whatnot. And he did the exact same thing. Why do you think that is?
I really don't know.
Well, I'll say, I mean, it was kind of a rhetorical question, that they're not the ones running things, that there's an agenda and it doesn't matter who becomes president. They're going to follow that agenda. And that's why you have Bush and you have Obama and you have them following when it comes to certain things. Now, when it comes to things like gay marriage or maybe abortion or issues like that, okay, they really don't care about that. But when it comes to taking more control over the people and more control over the country in general, that's where they're going to do the same shit. And they did. And then you're going to see the next president come in and do the same thing. And Trump has already came out and said that he's going to do that anyway.
Yes, and I don't know where people's got the idea that the president is supposed to, control the country and lead us, because I thought that the Congress was who's supposed to lead, and then the president is supposed to make sure that all the laws are faithfully carried out.
Well, this president is supposed to, quote unquote, lead, but not by passing laws, by, either trying to push Congress to change the laws or just by enforcing the laws of Congress. They're still supposed to be the quote-unquote leader, but not by making up their own laws.
Yeah, because like Obama does with his executive orders. They keep claiming that they have constitutional authority, but I've read through the Constitution, read all the sections and everything, and I don't see where it says that they can make laws by executive order.
Well, there's nothing that says anything about executive order anyway. And as I had said, essentially the government can do whatever they want, and they do whatever they want. But what I had said before was that this is their logic. So their logic is that they can pass, somehow they came up with this logic that they can pass executive orders as long as they administrate some kind of law that has already been passed, and that the rationale, well, they shouldn't be able to do that neither, but the rationale that they tried to use for that was the general welfare clause. So essentially, like, part of what the executive orders he signed were constitutional, where, like, he said, okay, I'm going to hire more ATF people. So the ATF is under the jurisdiction of the executive branch. So technically he can hire more ATF people, but it's funded by Congress. So Congress will have to approve the funding. But to make there was a couple of them that were actual laws, like to say that, well, now you have to have a background check no matter what. That's passing a law. So although some of them adhere to the same rationale or logic that the other ones do, right, the ones where he said you have to have a background check no matter what, that was passing a law, which he's not allowed to do.
And executive orders are supposed to only apply to people who work under the executive department.
Well, it's also they've, even though, again, I don't agree.
When executive orders first came out,
I don't agree with this, but it wasn't just that. It was to administrate. It's supposed to be administrative. So I don't know that it has to necessarily be a law that has to do with the executive branch, but it's the administration of a law.
See, what happens is they apply something and they misconstrued it over several years, and then it gets to where people just forget what it was originally intended for. So then they make claims that it was intended for something else, right, to, retroactively affect things.
But it never should have been ruled as constitutional in the first place to be able to create executive orders.
Have executive orders been ruled as a constitutional use of power?
Well, they've never been not. There's only been one that's been challenged and overturned from what I read, and that's it. But as far as...
You have a separation clause in there, which says that, the executive department can't act as a legislative department. And
right, but so there is no real separation because they're all part of government. And I did a show on that. The only way, here was my rationale to, if you want real separation of powers, what you do is make sure that the people have as many weapons as the police have, and there's your checks and balances on your separation of powers. Because really, I had mentioned this before, the army could take over the whole fucking country if they wanted to. Where's the check and balance on that? So what I was saying was they're all government. They all work together. It's all coercion. So the only way to have a real check and balance is to have one with the people. And how do you back that up? Well, buy a bunch of weapons. So really, to have a true check and balance, the people that are not part of government need to somehow have a check and balance. And the only way, I believe, to have a true check and balance is by arming, making sure that people are armed to the point that police are, at least, at a minimum.
Right, because the U.S. founding members knew that governments would try to take over their people, but they also thought that government was a necessary evil. So that's why they even tried to establish the government.
That's what government is. If you look up the definition of government, there is not one definition that doesn't have control in it. So
and I don't understand. I don't understand how people from the government can assume that they have more rights than other people when you look at any of the constitutions that are drafted by any of the states and the federal constitution. They all have a clause in there, a provision that states that the authority of government only comes from the consent of the governed.
But there is no consent. So you got to understand that it's a piece of paper and it doesn't mean anything, because once you give people power, and I've said this to you before, once you give people power over you, they're going to do whatever they want. So there is no consent because nobody has consented. The only people that consented were the people who wrote it in the first place and anybody who voted on it. Even the people back then didn't necessarily consent. If you think about it, so you had the states back then, the 13 colonies, I guess. So they weren't states until they formed the country. But what about all the people that lived within those states that weren't part of the signing of the Constitution? What consent did they have? So it was only the consent of the elite, essentially. Because don't forget that all of these people, and even though the only one I really like is Thomas Jefferson, but he was a rich plantation owner. So don't forget that the majority of these people that wrote up the Constitution and represented the states were not common people. I mean, I'm sure some of them were, but the majority of them were people with money. They were more of the elite.
What I like to do, David, I like to call it the pacification law, clause, where, you know, they just put that in there to try to make people think that they still have authority.
All right, I guess. But because
really, you know, what authority do you have over government? You know, you can't tell the cops to leave you alone and harass you.
Yeah, you don't have any. But what is government? It's just a made-up entity. So really, what authority does government have over anybody? None. What they have is a bunch of people with a bunch of guns. That's it. And that's the only reason why they have any power, because, I mean, yes, there are
That's why they want mindless drones working for them.
Well, that's why there are a certain percentage of people that would say they do give consent and all that shit. But besides that, the majority of it is that they don't have any, nobody consents to the government. So I guess to get back to here, I pretty much went through the Democrats, which there was a meeting, I don't know if you had heard about this, in 2008, where I talked about it earlier, where they got all the reporters on a plane and Obama was supposed to go with them, and last minute Obama didn't show up. Supposedly he met with Hillary during that time, and the Bilderberg meeting that year was in Virginia. So supposedly this part of it is speculation, but they had met and agreed that Obama would be the nominee and become president, and then Hillary, I guess, would become president after. So if Bernie Sanders somehow wins, then obviously that wasn't the case. And I mean, if he wins the nomination, he's not going to win the presidency. I think that based on what he says, and that people they don't want another Democrat right now, I don't think, because of, it goes back and forth. When Bush was getting out of office, they didn't want a Republican. They wanted something different. So Obama got elected. So if they can actually control him and get him to do what they want. Now, he's already said, Donald Trump, that he wants to increase security. He wants to have all these special IDs. He wants to ramp up the war on terror. So he even said something about free speech. People that believe in free speech is foolish. So, and plus, based on the fact that before, he was a Democrat, I don't even know if he's really a Republican or not, and who really cares. But as long as they can get him to follow their agenda, and to me, this would be insane. I mean, the whole fact that he's even in the race and he's up there in first place in a lot of places shows how much of a joke I think that this whole government is.
Yeah, it's a huge joke. Because you keep hearing people it's constantly saying over and over, if we just vote in the right people, well, when are you going to vote in the right people then? Because I keep hearing that every time there's a presidential election.
Yeah, it's every year. Not even just the presidential elections. It's the Senate, the House. People will say that all the time. Oh, yeah, if we just vote in the right people, everything will be fine. Or if we need to educate the people to vote for the right people. Well, what if the people that you're trying to educate don't want to vote in the same people you do? But the whole thing is, when it comes down to it, again, when you're talking about hundreds of thousands of people, or even thousands of people, your vote doesn't mean that much. So really what it is, as I said, I mean, even on like Las Vegas with the county, I mean, they get so much federal money that the federal government is trying to control cities as well. And I believe that's all rigged. The same way that it's, they're putting the people in there, they're giving the money. So,
the federal government already technically has control over the states, whereas because you have the clause, there's a clause in the Constitution that gives the federal government authority to enact laws that can limit what states can and can't do. So any of those laws, the supremacy clause, and that means that all federal laws are superior to any state laws.
Yeah, but it's only it's supposed to be based on only what they have the power to pass, but
the constitutional authority.
But they don't listen to that anyway. So,
but like what you were saying about, your vote doesn't count, because the reason that you can't say that is because it's not really that your vote doesn't count. It's the count that vote. It's who counts. The vote that matters.
It just doesn't. Well, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't make a difference.
Counts. It's who counts the vote. You see what I'm saying?
Well, no, but because I'm not saying, when I say it's rigged, I'm not saying that when they count the votes, like they rig the count. I'm saying that they're able to, with simple psychology and things like that, and the way that they are able to narrow it down to the political parties and all of that stuff, that
you're right.
they're able, they don't have to rig the election vote-wise.
You're right,
they
but
just do
huge
it in a different way.
But there's a huge plethora of, control schemes that they put in place that is all over the board of everything just to ensure that they get ultimately what they want. They being the 1%ers, I don't like saying the 1%ers, but the richest, people in the world who, are authoritarian and think that everybody has to work for them and that they don't have to answer to anybody.
Right.
And what I mean, when I'm saying that, I'm not trying to accuse, anyone who counts the vote of it being rigged, but who's to say that it's not? And on top of that, even at the presidential level, you have an electoral college. And it doesn't matter what the popular vote is. If the electoral college chooses the other candidate, you can win 60%, 70% of the popular vote, but the other candidate gets the presidency.
Well, I think that's actually better because it gives the votes count more. But I'm going to take a break. Did you want to hold over for the break and stay on a little longer, or do you got to go?
Well, I got to get going, but I just want to let you know that I'm still going to court over this traffic stuff. I keep trying to tell them, that they don't have no authority to do this. And I found a couple chapters in the Missouri state laws here, and I've got the federal regulations. And one court, there's two different courts that I'm fighting with right now. One court that I went up to and told them about this. They just kind of looked at me like they didn't understand what the hell I was talking about. Like, whoa, what's laws? And then the other court, they're kind of just trying to find something else they can try to apply it under. Well, it might not apply under this one, but it'll apply under that. I'm like, okay, if it tells you that I'm exempt, period. But I can't talk too much about it because it's ongoing. But next time I'm supposed to be in court is February 4th, I believe. So,
all right. Well,
I'll learn more about that then.
Wish you luck in court and hope everything works out there. So,
thanks, Dave.
Everybody go to Thomas's page on Facebook, North Missouri Cop Block, and like his page there. So we'll be right back. We'll just play a couple of more clips. We'll be here till 10 tonight. Of course, we started at 6. So I wanted to have an extra hour to make sure I have the time to play some of these clips and also get to everything I wanted to get to. So we still got 40 minutes left. If you'd like to call in, 702-470-7664. That's 702-470-7664. Or Skype in at Nonpartisan Liberty for All. And we'll be right back.
Senator Cruz, how are you, sir?
Mark, I'm doing fantastic. How are you?
I'm good. What state are you in right now?
I am in New Hampshire. I started the day in New Hampshire, and then I headed down to Washington to vote for stopping President Obama's plan to bring in Syrian refugees. And then I flew back to New Hampshire after the Democrats blocked that, and we're campaigning on the ground, headed to a house party right now.
And you didn't invite us. Let me ask you a question. Sarah Palin obviously endorsed Donald Trump yesterday. What do you think about that? What do you make of that?
Oh, listen, I love Sarah. If it wasn't for her support, I wouldn't be in the Senate. And whatever decision she makes on 2016, I will always be a big fan of Sarah Palin's.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me ask you about ethanol, because this is kind of under my collar right now. What is your position on ethanol? And how does that help you or hurt you in Iowa?
Well, my position on ethanol and my position on energy generally is that I believe we should pursue all of the above. We have tremendous energy resources in this country, oil and gas and coal and nuclear and wind and solar and biofuels and ethanol, and we should pursue all of them. But there should be no mandates, no government subsidies. Washington shouldn't pick winners and losers. And so I've introduced legislation to phase out the ethanol mandate over 5 years. My tax plan, a simple flat tax, ends all of the energy subsidies, all of the energy mandates. No subsidies or mandates for oil and gas, for wind, for solar, for anything. so that it is a level playing field and the marketplace decides. I think that's the right answer.
Well, I've been talking about this for 2 days now. Donald Trump seeks to expand the use of ethanol beyond what the Obama administration is doing. And obviously, in some parts of Iowa, this is popular. To me, this seems like quintessential crony capitalism.
Well, and look, that fits the pattern of Donald's history, which is Donald has for a long time been an advocate of cronyism and corporate welfare. When I talked about New York values and the mainstream media went nuts and Donald went nuts, initially they focused on his telling Tim Russert that he supported partial birth abortion and was open to gay marriage because of New York values, because he grew up in New York. But another part of New York values is favoring cronyism and corporate welfare. So that's why Donald, for example, supported the TARP big bank bailout. It's why he supported Barack Obama's stimulus plan and, in fact, said it should have been bigger. And it's why on Obamacare he said we should expand Obamacare to make it socialized health care for everybody. Those are New York values. And I'll tell you, Mark, an amazing thing is happening in this race. What we're seeing is the Washington establishment. They're abandoning Marco Rubio because they've determined Marco can't win. And they are rushing full speed to embrace Donald Trump. We've seen in the last couple of days Iowa Governor Terry Branstad, who's a big fan of the cronyism and corporate welfare, has been heaping praise on Donald Trump and has been saying the one guy who can't win is Cruz because he'll stop the gravy train. Bob Dole today said, Donald Trump, we can work with Donald Trump. He'll cut deals. He'll cut deals with Harry Reid and Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi. He'll grow government. Cruz scares the heck out of us, and we're seeing the establishment leaving Rubio and coalescing behind Donald Trump, and we're seeing conservatives uniting and coalescing behind our campaign, and that's happening more and more each and every day.
But Donald Trump on the campaign trail is hitting you on several personal fronts. You're a Canadian citizen. I don't want to really deal with that. You are potentially even a criminal because of your loans from two major banks, and that you're hypocritical because you didn't want to bail them out, but on the other hand, you make loans. And let's see, the third one is, anyway, let's deal with those.
Well, look, but both of those issues are silly, and he knows it. With regard to my citizenship, I'm a natural-born citizen because my mother was a U.S. citizen.
I don't want to deal with that. That's such a stupid issue. I can't take it anymore. Go ahead and respond. The bank one is too, but let's hear the people hear from you on the bank loans.
Like the bank loan is a very simple thing. When I ran for Senate, my opponent had the support of all the establishment, all of the lobbyists, all of the cronies, all of the people who are coming to support Donald Trump. And like Donald, my opponent was very, very rich. He was worth $200 million, and he put $25 million of his own money into the race to run false attack ads. And my wife and I, Heidi and I, we made the decision to put essentially all of our liquid net worth into the campaign so we would have just enough resources to get our conservative message out. And so we liquidated our savings. We sold some stocks, and then the remainder of the stocks we held, we took out a loan collateralized by the stocks, and we invested all of that in a loan to the campaign. That's why we were on TV and why we were able to win. And then we paid off the loan. And so it's a strange argument. And this whole attack comes from a hit piece that the New York Times ran on the front page. Because at the time, I filed the disclosure with the U.S. Senate disclosing the loans, disclosing all the terms of the loan. I filed it before the election. It was public. But we made a paperwork error, and we didn't file it on a second form with the FEC. So all these loans were public. They were public at the time. But yet the complaint is that we filled out the wrong form, and because of that paperwork error, Donald has taken to launching daily personal attacks. Now, Mark, I'm not going to respond in kind. I am not going to attack Donald personally. I like him. I respect him. And I'm not going to go into the mud with personal insults and attacks. But I will say there is a reason a candidate goes personal and nasty. It's because they don't want to talk about the issues. They don't want to talk about the substance. They don't want to talk about their own records, and so they try instead just to engage in personal attacks. I think voters are interested in the fact that Donald Trump argued Obamacare should be expanded to make it socialized medicine. I believe we should repeal every word of Obamacare. I think voters are interested in the fact that Donald Trump thinks bailing out giant banks, TARP, was a great idea, and I think bailing out banks is a terrible idea, and as president, it won't work.
All right, let me ask you this. We had a caller who said, you did support expanding H-1B visas, but you don't now. Can you explain your change of position?
Oh, sure. Sure. Look, I support the original purpose of the H-1B program, which was to bring high-skilled workers into this country, which would generate jobs and economic growth. But any rational person responds to changed circumstances. We have seen major companies abusing this program, and in particular, they've been bringing in not high-skilled workers, but medium and low-skilled workers, IT workers, and then they've been firing American workers, and to add insult to injury, forcing the fired American workers to train their foreign replacements. Now, that is offensive. It is wrong. It is an abuse of the program. It is another aspect of the fact that the Obama administration refuses to enforce the law, both amnesty for people here illegally, but also they don't enforce the law against companies violating the law. In response to those changed circumstances, I have called for, and if I am president, we will have a 180-day moratorium where we suspend the H-1B program altogether for a comprehensive investigation and audit of every company who's received H-1B visas to ascertain whether they're abusing the program. If they're laying off U.S. workers to bring in H-1Bs, they will be suspended from the program. And if they violated the criminal laws, they will be prosecuted. And I join with Jeff Sessions in filing legislation to reform the program so that it is not abused. I support the original purpose, but I don't support the abuse. And in response to the changed circumstances, I have said we need to suspend it and investigate it and enforce the law.
All right, Senator Cruz, if people want to help you or support you, where do they go?
It is tedcruz.org, tedcruz.org. tedcruz.org, and the great thing we're seeing, yesterday when Iowa Governor Terry Branstad attacked us, saying Cruz will stop the cronyism, you got to stop him. We raised $700,000 as people went to tedcruz.org. And Mark, let me break some news with you tonight. You know how much our campaign has raised since we launched the campaign?
No.
Over $50 million.
That's enormous.
Over $50 million from over 700,000 people all over the country coming from tedcruz.org. The lobbyists, the Washington cartel, they're against us, but millions of courageous conservatives are coming together, and that's what it's going to take.
All right, Senator Cruz, good luck on the campaign trail.
Let's talk about the race here in Iowa. It's getting really, really competitive, very neck and neck between you and Cruz. There's an entity called Central Marketing Incorporated. It's polling people in Iowa, asking them about different attack lines against you.
Well, let's take Cruz.
Let me just add,
doing that.
He shouldn't be doing it. We don't know. I don't know for a fact that
they own him, and what he did was wrong. Because he didn't want you to know that he's dealing with banks, that he's borrowing money with banks, that he's personally guaranteeing loans with banks. Because if he puts them down, then he's just like all the other guys. Okay? It's wrong. It's wrong. It's really wrong. And you can say what you want, but it's absolutely wrong. So he's got a double problem. He's got that problem because it was just revealed. And now everyone say, I thought he was trying to protect us. Well, what's he going to do? Be rough on Goldman Sachs when he has a personal guarantee for like whatever the number was, $1 million? So I think you got to think about that. Do you agree with it? A lot of people don't know that, but it just came out. It just came out. And he said, with the being a Canadian citizen, he said, I didn't know that. How did he not know that? Then he said, with the loans, I didn't know that. Smart guy. He doesn't know that? Yeah, that's worse than Hillary when you think about it.
You are listening to Nonpartisan Liberty for All Radio with your host, Dave Bourne. Call in at 702-470-7664 or Skype in, username Nonpartisan Liberty for All.
And we are back on this, I guess, presidential special where we're talking about the presidential candidates, which, again, I hate to do. And I will not be voting. Of course, I won't be voting in the primary because I am an independent, and I will not be voting in the general election for so many reasons. But one, I wouldn't vote for any of these people. Not partially, but one of the main reasons is because I don't want a president. I don't want somebody ruling over me. I don't need a ruler. Well, I may need a ruler like to draw a straight line, but that's a totally different type of ruler. I do not need somebody ruling over me, trying to control my life. And we're seeing more and more of that. So we had talked about Hillary more through the video than anything, but I really don't know what her positions are. I know based on what she's done before, obviously she supports Obamacare and she's more of an establishment type person. She has changed her positions on a lot of things. She supports spying, higher taxes for the rich. She says now that she is a democratic socialist. I heard her say that. Now, I don't know if she had changed her mind on that, but she has a couple scandals that are two that are still currently going on, sort of. Benghazi is pretty much, I think, over, but it's still something that people bring up all the time. And then the email scandal, which was she had emails on her personal email that should have been on the government server and then erased everything from there. I don't think anything will happen to her over that, although I think if you were anybody else, it would. Not anybody else, but any normal person. And then, of course, years ago, Whitewater, where you can come to the conclusion that they possibly, her and Bill Clinton, had somebody killed that was ruled a suicide. So I don't know what's going to happen. I would think, again, that, Hillary would be the person who ended up becoming president. And then they can use the woman thing. Of course, she'll push all the things that they want her to push. But I think that for I think of how to phrase this, that it would be best for, I wouldn't say the country, but the government would benefit better by having somebody like Donald Trump or Ted Cruz. I don't know that Ted Cruz would go along with everything they would want him to go along with, but I believe Donald Trump would, not only because I think that's the type of person he is, but also that he agrees with doing a lot of the things that I think the government wants to do anyway, with, more security, more spying, revamping IDs, all of these things he has already come out and said. And, even the comment he made about free speech. So I think that if Bernie Sanders happens to win, and again, I think that is because, again, a rigged scenario that the nominee on the Republican side will win. And that might be what ends up happening, because Hillary seems like too much of a liability at this point. Maybe that will change, but I think if you were trying to get one of the Republicans elected, the person you'd want them running against, of course, is Bernie Sanders, because that's not going to happen. He's not going to get elected. And even if you just let things go how they were to go, without trying to rig anything, I don't think he would get elected. But based on that, if he ends up winning, then most likely I would see right now Trump being the president, which would be insane to me. This guy is one of the most arrogant people I've ever heard in my life. And so not just in his presidential campaign, but I'm talking about, when I used to hear him talk about his show and how great it was and how he's so great and all of this shit. So it's just, it really shows to me how government is just a fucking joke. It's like not even, it's surreal to me. You still have, I guess, Marco Rubio kind of sitting out there. I don't know, he's more of an establishment type candidate. And then Jeb Bush and Chris Christie. And you've probably seen in the past how, something can happen and essentially somebody will pick up a lot of points and just rise right to the top. Now, of course, I think first two primaries are in the next, is it this month, I believe, New Hampshire and Iowa. So after those and then a couple more, that's when people start to drop out. And it looks like this will be something that if these other candidates besides Trump and Cruz, if they don't do well in, the first 5 states, they're gone as well. And then it's it's either going to be Hillary or Trump, I think, because again, they may have agreed to having Hillary be the president in 2008, but things change and she seems like too much of a liability with everything that's going on there. But you still have a certain amount of people that are big Hillary supporters and that will vote for her just because they want the first woman president. So you have that as well. So we'll have to see, I guess, what happens in the Democratic primaries, which could be over pretty quick. And in the Republican primaries, which those could, when you have more people, and this had happened in the Republican primaries, I think the last time, either the last time or the time before that, where you had so many different people winning different states that it made for a longer kind of campaign there where instead of, dropping out and maybe going down to 2 people, you had maybe 3 or 4 for a longer amount of time. But I think the government would benefit most if they had a Republican candidate. And the reason I say that is because they've had a Democratic candidate for so long, and not only a Republican candidate, but a non-establishment, an anti-establishment. So somebody like Trump or Cruz to get in there. Now, I don't know that Ted Cruz would be electable in a, in the national election. But again, they could rig an election the same way. But I think it would be harder to rig an election if you had Ted Cruz against Hillary. So if that's something that they wanted to do, I think it would be Ted Cruz against Bernie Sanders, and somehow they'd get Bernie Sanders the nomination. And I think if that was the case, it would be easier to get Ted Cruz elected. And that's what I'm saying, where they can rig these things where it depends on the nominees. Because if you have a Bernie Sanders nominee, like I said, I don't think it's going to be hard for the Republican side to beat a Bernie Sanders if that's the goal there. But I think because you've had a Democrat for 8 years, the approval rating has gone below 50%. People didn't get the change they exactly wanted, and people look at Trump as, I don't know why they don't just look at him for what he is, a pompous ass, but he's running as a Republican, but at the same time, he has a lot of Democratic ideas as well. So if he was to get the nomination against Bernie Sanders, I don't think there's any question that Trump would win. And if Hillary was to get the nomination, then I don't know. I don't know if that means that, Hillary's going to be the one that they're going with or not. I guess, again, we'll have to wait and see. But I don't think it matters who gets in there. Ultimately, the same things are going to happen. And that's why, to me, there's not even much of a point in following the election or really it mattering it's not really a word, but it making a difference who ultimately wins. I mean, I would just hate to see Donald Trump win, because just listening to him as a fucking president, and then how arrogant he is already, and then, well, now I'm president and I'm great and all this shit. So that would be a bigger concern, to be honest. So I'm going to play this last clip and then close out the show. One of the people that we didn't play is actually Chris Christie. So let me play a clip from Chris Christie, and I didn't actually get to play one from Jeb Bush neither, but we really don't have enough time. So let me play this clip from Chris Christie about him being very confused about Syria, and we'll be right back.
Chris Christie is very confused about Syria and Assad and ISIS. So let's listen to his ramblings here on that topic and see if you can make sense of it. because he's gonna like interchange Assad with ISIS at times, and he just seems to generally not know what the fuck he's talking about. Let's listen and then we'll discuss.
Governor Christie, how important is it to remove Assad from power, and how would you do it?
Marie, you look at what this president and his Secretary of State Clinton, has done to get us in this spot. You think about it. This is the president who said, along with his Secretary of State, drew a red line in Syria, said if Assad uses chemical weapons against his people, then we're going to attack. He used chemical weapons. He's killed now over 250,000 of his own people. And this president has done nothing. In fact, he's done worse than nothing. This president, and by the way, Secretary Clinton, who called Assad a reformer. She called Assad a reformer. Now, the fact is, what this president has done is invited Russia to play an even bigger role. Bring in Vladimir Putin to negotiate getting those chemical weapons back from Assad. Yet what do we have today? We have the Russians and the Iranians working together, not to fight ISIS, but to prop up Assad. You're not going to have peace in Syria with Assad in charge. You're simply not. And so Senator Graham is right about this. And if we want to try to rebuild the coalitions, as Governor Kasich was saying before, then what we better do is to get to the Arab countries that believe that ISIS is a threat not only to them but to us and to world peace, and bring them together. And believe me, Assad is not worth it. Hillary Clinton cannot be president. It will lead to even greater war in this world. And remember this, after Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama has had nearly 8 years, we have fewer democracies in the world than we had when they started. That makes the world less peaceful, less safe. In my administration, we will help to make sure that we bring people together in the Middle East, and we will fight ISIS and defeat them.
Thank you, sir.
That was unbelievable. He's the most confused guy I've ever seen on this issue and on foreign policy in general. I believe it was the last debate we covered a similar story, and I was questioning, and I'm like, wait, does he? I don't think he knows what the fuck's going on in Syria. I don't think he gets it. I don't think he understands the Sunni-Shia divide. I don't think he understands the broader picture here. And this confirms it for me. So let's go through a bunch of what he says. He talks about Assad's chemical weapons and the red line, and then he's blaming Obama drew a red line, and then he did nothing. He did nothing. Except that's not true. What he did is he ended up getting the chemical weapons from Assad. So we got exactly what we wanted without having to fire a shot. They were talking about, oh my God, Assad, a humanitarian disaster. And let's be clear, there was evidence that both sides use chemical weapons. So to just focus on Assad means you're ignoring the rebels when they do the exact same thing. But they did something. They did the best thing possible. If the whole goal was we got to get rid of those chemical weapons, we did that without having to fire a shot. And that was through diplomacy with Russia, and John Kerry was involved in that. So he didn't do anything. No, he did, and he got exactly what we wanted. So that's point number one. Then he goes on, well, Assad's killed 250,000 people. That's just not true. Now, people actually tweet.
Your comments about banning Muslims from entering the country created a firestorm. According to Facebook, it was the most talked about moment online of your entire campaign, with more than 10 million people talking about the issue. Is there anything you've heard that makes you want to rethink this position?
No. No. We have a serious problem, and we can't be the stupid country anymore. We're laughed at all over the world.
Donald, can I hope you reconsider this, because this policy is a policy that makes it impossible to build the coalition necessary to take out ISIS. The Kurds are our strongest allies. They're Muslim. You're not going to even allow them to come to our country? The other Arab countries have a role to play in this. We cannot be the world's policeman. We can't do this unilaterally. We have to do this in unison with the Arab world. And sending that signal makes it impossible for us to be serious about taking out ISIS and restoring democracy in Syria. So I hope you'll reconsider. I hope
that he made those comments and they represented him being unhinged. Yet after he made them,
yeah, they are unhinged.
Well, after he made them, his poll numbers went up 8 points in South Carolina. Now, wait.
11 points to be exact.
Are you saying that all those people who agree with Mr. Trump are unhinged?
No, not at all. Absolutely not.
Jeb Bush just walked right into the trap. He walked right into the trap. See,
here's the difference. When asked about Muslim integration, Donald Trump just straight up said, no, you shouldn't let any Muslims in. What are you talking about? So Jeb Bush, in response to this, he thinks he sees an opportunity. He comes in. He basically says, "What are you talking about, Donald? That's not a sensible thing to do. Your comments are unhinged." Now, to the casual observer, Jeb Bush has been sensible. He's been a level-headed person on this issue. Now, Neil Cavuto comes and he pops Jeb Bush and he says, "Well, Jeb, does that mean that the people who support Trump are also unhinged?" And that's when Jeb fucked himself. He fucked himself. And this is a clear demonstration of the reason why Jeb Bush will not win the presidential nomination or even the primaries. Donald Trump's poll numbers went up after he made the comments about Muslims, right? So what does this mean to the casual observer, anybody with any common sense? It means that obviously...
I'll start with you, Senator Cruz. Now, you are, of course, a strict constitutionalist. No one would doubt that. And as you know, the U.S. Constitution says only natural-born citizens are eligible for the office of President of the United States. Stop me if you've heard this before. Now, you were born in Canada to an American mother, so you were and are considered an American citizen. But that fellow next to you, Donald Trump, and others have said that being born in Canada means you are not natural born. And that has raised questions about your eligibility. Do you want to try to close this topic once and for all tonight?
Well, Neil, I'm glad we are focusing on the important topics of the evening. You know, back in September, my friend Donald said that he had had his lawyers look at this from every which way. And there was no issue there. There was nothing to this birther issue. Now, since September, the Constitution hasn't changed. But the poll numbers have. And I recognize that Donald is dismayed that his poll numbers are falling in Iowa. But the facts and the law here are really quite clear. Under long-standing U.S. law, the child of a U.S. citizen born abroad is a natural-born citizen. If a soldier has a child abroad, that child is a natural-born citizen. That's why John McCain, even though he was born in Panama, was eligible to run for president. If an American missionary has a child abroad, that child is a natural-born citizen. That's why George Romney, Mitt's dad, was eligible to run for president, even though he was born in Mexico. At the end of the day, the legal issue is quite straightforward, but I would note that the birther theories that Donald has been relying on, some of the more extreme ones insist that you must not only be born on U.S. soil, but have two parents born on U.S. soil. Under that theory, not only would I be disqualified, Marco Rubio would be disqualified, Bobby Jindal would be disqualified, and interestingly enough, Donald J. Trump would be disqualified. Because Donald's mother was born in Scotland. She was naturalized. Now, Donald...
But I was born here.
On the issue of citizenship, Donald...
Big difference.
On the issue of citizenship, Donald, I'm not going to use your mother's birth against you.
Okay, good. Because it wouldn't work.
You're an American, as is everybody else on this stage, and I would suggest we focus on who's best prepared to be commander-in-chief, because that's the most important question facing the country.
Mr. Trump?
Well, that's about all the time we have for tonight. I hope everybody enjoyed the show. Not really a usual show for me covering politicians. So I hope everybody enjoyed it. And I know we had a lot of clips that I wanted to get in there as well. So hopefully those clips were helpful and added to your knowledge of the candidates, because I know even though I'm not voting for anybody and I don't believe in having anybody rule over me, that a lot of people do believe in voting and believe that it's the only way to change things. And obviously, Thomas had made a point when he was on that people have been saying that for years. If we just got the right people in there, and it doesn't matter who's in there, things are going to continue. And I think things have to change, meaning instead of it being about voting or things like that things like non-compliance and different strategies have to be what the solutions, or have to be considered as some of the solutions, than to just keep going along with a system that in the end is really just going to be worse for everybody except that 1%. So thanks again, everybody, for listening. We will be back on Tuesday. So have a good weekend and take care.
We will defend these police officers.
Listen to police officers' commands, listen to what we tell you, and just stop. The nation needs to realize that when we tell you to do something, do it. And if you're wrong, you're wrong. If you're right, then the courts will